Okay, we're calling the meeting of land use to order at 11:03 PM. And could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And Dawn Bullock, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Authoritarian rule.
Okay, can I get a roll call, please?
Roll call for the April 2nd, 2026 meeting. Frankie Pretzel, Sherry Newquist,
Here.
Herbert Brooks,
Here.
Dawn Bullock,
Present.
Raquel Mitchell,
Here.
Judy Ogala,
Here.
and Destiny Ortiz. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we get started, I just want to make a couple of housekeeping announcements. One is you've probably all heard us asking if you would like to speak, please sign in. There's about 4 different sheets, or you could see Dawn here to sign in. Second of all, I've been told that we might have severe weather this afternoon. In the event there is an actual tornado warning, the staff will let us know. And there are multiple safe places where we could shelter. Hopefully we won't have to, but just in case. The third thing is, a lot of you may have noticed that public comment is way down at the bottom. We anticipate moving that to before new business so that everyone can comment before we take a vote. And the fourth thing is that I just want to remind everybody that no matter what the vote is here today, this matter will be moving on to the full county board. So even if we vote yes, even if we vote no, it's more of an advisory vote and the entire full county board will vote on it. So thank you very much. One last thing I forgot during public comment, we are limiting it to 3 minutes, which is what our county board rules say. And we will have a timer going, and at 3 minutes, we'll call time, and then that's your signal to take a few seconds to wrap up. So I really appreciate, and I also want to say welcome, and we really appreciate everybody coming. It's great that you took the time. So thank you, and we'll proceed with the meeting. Okay, can I get approval of the minutes from last month's Land Use Committee?
Motion Bullock.
Motion Bullock,
Second Mitchell.
second Mitchell, roll call, please.
Okay, there's no minutes
We don't have any
attached.
attached.
However, we'll take a motion to move public comment up on the agenda.
Okay, let's do that. Can I get a motion to move public comment to before new business?
So move, Mitchell.
Second O'Gala.
Okay, roll call.
Sherry Newquist.
Yes.
Herbert Brooks.
Yes.
Dawn Bullock,
Yes.
Raquel Mitchell, and Judy Ogala.
Yes.
It's being moved.
Okay, thank you. Our first order of business is other business. Number 1, item 26-4451, historical landmark for Joseph Perry House, Crete Township at 365 West Exchange Street. Can I get a motion?
Motion O'Gala.
Second Mitchell.
Are there any discussion? Can I get a previous roll?
Previous Brooks.
Previous Brooks, second.
Bullock.
Second Bullock, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 2, item number 26-4489, a third extension for zoning case ZC 22-050, a special use permit for rural events with 7 conditions for the Bankston Land Management Wildflower Farm in Green Garden Township. Can I get a motion?
Motion O'Gala.
Second Mitchell.
Second, Mitchell. I would like to ask staff just to briefly explain why we need a third extension on this one.
The applicant, Bankston Land Management, also known as the Wildflower Farm, is requesting the extension in order to complete some permit activity. They've applied for a site development permit and some building permits, and there's still a few items in there that need to be resolved. Even as late as yesterday, the applicant was in our office, and we are going through some of those issues. We're hopeful that this will be the last continuance, or the last extension, sorry.
Thank you. Do I have a previous roll, or are there any questions?
I
or
have a
discussion?
question.
Okay.
Brian, is there any set time for an extension and or how long do they get an extension?
Well,
The
there-
next meeting?
Sure. The zoning ordinance allows 4 extensions of 180 days.
Oh,
So this is the third extension request, and if approved, this would take it to September, I think it's September 7th, or September, gotta scroll down a little bit.
and this is the third request?
September 7th,
And
yep.
this would be the third one?
This would be the third extension
Okay.
if it's granted.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Do we want a roll call or do we have a previous roll?
Previous roll, Bullock.
Mr. Bullock does.
Second.
Second Brooks, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're at public comment, but before we start public comment, I would like our state's attorney's office to explain the effects of a recent court ruling to us and how that affects our vote today.
So I just want to make just a brief statement in regards to what's going to be transpiring based on the public comments. And this is directed to the committee, that you will be hearing a number of public comments regarding land use cases, which you will be voting on. That will also be moving forward to the full county board, as was stated a moment ago. As you're aware, the public hearing under the Illinois law is held at the Planning and Zoning Commission. The purpose of the public hearing is to introduce evidence which can be relied upon in determining whether to approve these various requests that are going to be presented. Public comment, personal conversations, and other information that you receive outside of that public hearing is not evidence. Therefore, you should not rely on any information that you became aware of outside of that public hearing.
Sherry, I have a question.
I'm sorry, did you
I
have a question? Okay.
So I have a couple questions. My first question is, PZC usually meets the first and the third Tuesday of each month. Why did we meet for the last Monday and Tuesday of March?
It's my understanding there was a special meeting called, and I think the other ASA sir can address this, that because of the expected number of individuals that were anticipating to speak, and that the length of the hearing was going to guide as to whether you combine that with a whole bunch of other cases that they would hear. But I think that's my understanding as to why they did this. It was appropriately noticed in the paper, and as well as sending out to all the requirements that the staff had to do to notify the people that needed to be aware of it pursuant to state law that had occurred.
So I'm well aware of the notifications and everything, but the biggest problem is this committee does not have enough time to look at any of that. Unless you attended the PZC meeting Monday and Tuesday, there's no time between those 2 days, which were not even 48 hours ago, and today to review anything. There were, I forget, 4 hours or so the first night and maybe 3 hours the second night. So 7 hours of recorded YouTube videos to watch. And 3 members of this committee, Destiny is still walking over here, didn't get back from vacation because you plan your vacation out ahead of time, anticipating the first and the third Tuesday of the month to be PZC meetings. So they already had their vacation scheduled. They weren't back in time. There is not sufficient time between that meeting and today for everyone to have prepared themselves to listen to it. So you're asking for an entire committee who was not at the PZC meeting, except for myself, to the public hearing. What are they going to vote on? What are they voting on? I mean, if you say we're not supposed to listen to anything, which I don't believe, that's an opinion from the state's attorney. For me, I listen to the people. I listen to what I hear. I've spoke to and I've taken a tour of the Gibson City plant. I've spoken to many people in the Earthrise group, and I've spoken to all the elected officials. So that will be part of my decision, because how do I not do that? And again, like I said, Sherry, you were out of town. Dawn was out of town. Raquel was out of town. Destiny was out of town. It's not right and it's not fair.
Well, a couple
Thank you.
things. Unfortunately, however you want to look at it, staff is under constraints. Statute specifies they have a limited amount of time to get everything ready and geared up before the decision, I should say, after the public hearing part has ended. they're obligated to get this information before the full county board because a vote has to occur within 30 days. So all I can say is, number one, the scheduling was conducted the way it was, probably for purposes of that reason, which is set in state law. I have no other explanation. They did the best they could with the constraints they had.
So I understand the law. But my question would be, why would the staff put it to public hearing? Because there's 45, 60 days, whatever they have after submission. I'm not quite sure what that is, but why would we put it to public hearing and put this committee in that position?
I have no answer to, the situation that we're placed in now. Alls I can, and I can't speak for staff. I know they're doing the best they can. They're limited in personnel, they're limited in time. They understand the law that the hearing has to occur, or a vote has to occur by the full county board within 30 days. They're under a time constraint too. I'm sure they did the best they could to try to accommodate everybody.
So I'd like staff to come up and I would like them to answer that question.
No,
Why-
I'm going to interrupt here. I mean, because I understand your comments, Judy, but the problem is that we are in this situation. And if you would be so kind as to explain the clock situation, from what I understand,
Sure.
we have to approve the first case by April 17th and the second one by April 30th. And what happens if we don't do that?
Well, I haven't done the math specifically for the actual number of 30, but it is 30 days. It's 30 days from the date of the completion of the public hearing part. That has occurred already. And like I said, there's a limited time frame. They're doing the best they can under the constraints. And there's no clear-cut answer on specifically, if there's no vote that occurs, but I can speculate as to what might happen. I suspect that the applicant could go in, could seek court authorization requiring the full county board to take a vote on it. But that's all pure speculation.
So I do want to ask this question, Sherry, because it is very important to the people who are here, and there's more than like one, to understand why staff brought that forward to us during this time frame rather than waiting until the first Tuesday of the month as we do all our other meetings. We need to know why, because I know that time constraint is not the same. Staff should have to answer that question.
I disagree.
You
I
disagree.
mean, it's already happened. Regardless of the motivation, we have to deal with the consequences.
I
So
understand
that's
that, but
what
we
I'm
should be able to
focused
have
on.
an answer to the public.
If we could proceed with the meeting here, that would be great.
Thank you very much.
Get an answer.
Thank you. You guys are all going to have a chance to have your say, and I would like to get to that. So I would like to ask if there's anybody else on the committee first that has any other questions. Okay, Mr. Butler.
Got to go to Mike.
Let me turn this thing on. Oh, it's on.
So at the meeting, evidence was presented. And has the committee been instructed what was going to be accepted evidence or not? Because there was evidence that the permit wasn't completed. And by state statute, they couldn't approve it.
Member Butler, we're going to go through all
I'm
this
asking
with
the
case.
state's attorney
But I
if
mean,
if that is correct.
land use will present the case and they will indicate whether or not the permit was completed. So if we could continue on, that would be great. Thank you.
Sherry, I do have a question.
Excuse me, Member Berkowitz, we have someone on.
I
the-
have a question as well.
Guys, I'm limiting questions from county board members here because we have all these people that want to speak. So Member Berkowitz.
So I have a
wait
couple questions.
one
My
moment.
first
The
question,
Committee goes first.
Go ahead.
Raquel, go ahead.
No.
Member Mitchell.
I just wanted to know why, let's just get the answer out of the way. What is the rush then? That's really my question. What is the rush?
Thank you for your comment. Member Berkowitz, go ahead.
thank you. So my first question is,
Wait, excuse me, hang on. The answer to my question, what is the rush? I'm sorry, the answer to my question is, what is the rush?
I
just
think
want-
the state's attorney explained it, that.
No.
we-
No, he explained how statutorily everything flowed. And I understand that. What I'm asking is, Okay, so why didn't we have the meeting like we normally have every month? And then next month, we go through the land use hearing. Like, I don't understand why we're pushing it through. Why did we have an emergency meeting? And like, I don't understand that. I think if we let things flow the way they normally do, there probably wouldn't be so much there probably wouldn't be so much pushback. So I'm just asking, why did we have to have an emergency meeting in order to make everything go faster or push everything through? That's all.
I don't believe there was an emergency meeting. I think there was extended meetings so that more people could speak, but we don't.
No,
set-
the words that were used, Sherry, was there was an emergency meeting enacted by PZC. Is that not what I heard earlier?
That was for the additional comments from what I understand. I mean, we don't set the PCC is a separate board.
Okay.
So, Member Berkowitz.
Thank you.
Member Berkowitz, go ahead.
Thank you. So my first question is, I would like to know, and county board, this pertains to county board as well as land use. For this special meeting, since they decided to hold it today rather than waiting to the regularly scheduled date, which is the first
No,
Tuesday of
Today
the
is
month.
our regularly scheduled land use
The
meeting.
PZC meeting was scheduled at different times, Julie, not
Okay,
this.
so my question is that where in the county board rules does it say that a county board member cannot ask a question without receiving an answer? We are all entitled as county board members to ask a question, and we should expect to be able to discuss it and get an answer. So I am going to give up my time to Board Member Ogala, and I would like that question brought forward again, and I would like it answered.
Do we have anybody from PZC here who could answer the
We
question?
have our staff here from Land Use Department. Staff from Land Use Department can answer that question. Why was there a special PZC meeting held, scheduled for Monday and Tuesday, the last 2 days of March, rather than staying with the typical schedule, which is on our county website, where PZC meetings are the first and third Tuesday of every month? Why are we having an additional one so that we are in this situation? And also, are there any minutes yet from the PZC meeting? Because I don't have any. So I'd like land use staff to come up and answer that question.
Can I ask the state's attorney's office if that is something that we can do, or is
They
that
can
an issue?
definitely answer that.
Judy, I'm just trying to keep things, on the up and up here. I don't want to do anything that we're not supposed to be doing. So, sorry, guys, that's just me. Could land use address that question, or do you guys not feel that you can? Thank you.
So Brian Radner here from the Land Use Department. So there's a couple of questions in there. As far as special meeting, that was determined by the Planning and Zoning Commission. With these larger cases like these, like this Pride of the Prairie and the Plum Valley, and we've had a few others, they wanted to have a special meeting dedicated to that item only so that they could give it due consideration and allow the due process to take place and allow the public to comment, instead of having it on an agenda with 5 to 10 other items where the meeting could go on for an extended period of time. So it's a combination of factors. You have the state law that comes into play that says that the public hearing must be scheduled within 60 days of a completed application. You have, when is the venue available? When are the Plan Commission members available? So in this case, they did the Plum Valley hearing on a Wednesday, March 18th. That was a special meeting only for that case. They were then available for the Pride of the Prairie on the 30th and 31st of this month. So when that window closes of the public hearing, now there are 30 days to have a public, to the county board decision. That's in the state statute that says when the hearing closed, the case must be at the county board within 30 days. And the staff did talk to the county board office and the land use chair about a possible special meeting of the Land Use and Development Committee, and we were told no, that it would be on this date.
I want to ask a question, Sherry. When was the application completed and submitted? When did that 60-day timeframe start?
I believe, was it the 9th or the 10th for this one? All right, so Pride of the Prairie was March 12th.
So March 12th, so we had plenty of time to have the PZC meeting at another time. So again, I will state the fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission, they have their own thing. They should, I never heard, nor did they even ask, staff didn't mention that they're going to plan this so that our committee could be prepared that they were going to do that. I understand them wanting to hear one thing. They should have done that on the first or the third Tuesday rather than doing a special one because they had plenty of time. They had 60 days. So like Raquel said, what's the rush? Why are we rushing to do this? Why are we rushing to make us do this? There are no minutes from the PZC meeting that anybody could read or would have had time. I'm sure staff could never have typed them up because it just was Tuesday night that it ended. And it was hours and hours and hours of meeting. This committee did not have the opportunity to watch 7 hours of that meeting. I attended. I'm the only one that knows anything. So I guess everyone else just abstains because they have no idea what was presented. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate the answer. Now, could I please ask the state's attorney's office to discuss the recent court case and what the ramifications are for us? And then we'll start public comment. Okay. I don't want you to comment on a specific case, just what the precedent means for us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Assistant State's Attorney Erica Hamer from the Will County State's Attorney's Office, and I'm not going to get into specifics or addressing anything else. The Third District Appellate Court case came down, which is binding upon our county. And that was in regards to a Grundy County case where they had ultimately, the county board denied the special use permit for a solar farm. Subsequently, that case was then litigated in the appellate court, and that decision came down, which emphasized that the statutes that were passed, I believe in 2023, the solar amendments, that the county, if all the requirements are met for the permit, the actual special use permit, there are some regulations that the county can have input into and require setbacks, vegetation screening, things of that nature. But if they have met all the permit requirements, the court indicated that the county shall grant the special use permit. And it became more of a ministerial act than a discretionary act. And that is the solar case that came down earlier in March regarding that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Butler, we will have full discussion on this during the other part of the meeting, and you will be free to ask any questions you would like.
Okay, so if they had done cross-examination, would the findings from the cross-examination be considered evidence? I'm asking during the PZC meeting, if there had been a cross-examination, this one, my point is that we have a litigation attorney that represented all these people. He was told that there would be no litigation and that he would not be able to cross-examine. Okay?
Right.
So he didn't come. Then when the meeting started, they said that there was going to be a cross-examination but he wasn't there because they told him that he couldn't cross-examine. So has all the evidence been produced? Was it done fairly? I mean, how are they supposed to look at the evidence when a very important part of that puzzle is missing because he was told not to come? I'm just, before you ask these people to make decisions based on the evidence, there's two things here that concern me about the evidence. That's all. And I would like you to comment on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, if we're ready to move on to public comment, if you've signed up to comment, Dawn's going to go over the logistics. She's way better at this than I am.
We're not gonna call him by name there.
Yeah, you can line up at both podiums.
Please line up at both podiums. We'll take turns, one to the other podium. Please, no comments from the audience so that everyone could be heard and the meeting could flow better.
And when you speak, please state your name. Thank you. That's all.
And you'll be given 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak. I've never spoken in front of so many dignitaries, but thank you for listening. The other night, Monday night, when I listened to Earthrise give all their talks, I was going to get up and talk about some other area of the plans, but all I heard was a lot of maybes and could be's. Why don't the state's attorney, if I heard him right, said he wanted nothing but evidence before this board. What evidence do I have besides a bunch of drawings that say plan 1 or 2, but they don't say where they go? How come there's no finished blueprints for every plot of land, where a tree's going to be planted, where a light's going to be shining, where wood poles are going up, or how far back setbacks? In these papers that you need a magnifying glass to read, they don't give any specifics. So how can we be for something or against something if we don't have any kind of, we're in the dark. We don't know what's going in, how much is going in, how far it's going in. There's nothing to answer these questions. So what evidence can I give saying against stuff if we don't have any answers and everything's just speculation? That's what the residents, and we're not residents out of town, out of state. We're here. This is going to be in front of our house, a half mile wide, east to west, and a mile long. Plus, it's going to be south of our road. It looks like a scar. When you look at the map of Will County, it looks like a scar in Will County that they want to do. I don't know. I've lived there 30-some years, and I've never wanted to get up and talk in front of the public. But I'm so passionate about this being lousy. Oh, I thought I did. Dave Mosier, if I didn't state my name. But, I just don't know how they can push this through without specifics, giving us specific answers to stuff or blueprints. You need a blueprint to build anything. Where's these blueprints that show the final, where the trees are going, the setbacks going? And like I said, I don't want a light shining into my house on a pole. So if people can give us answers, people might say, yeah, it won't be so bad or whatever. But right now I don't want it because I have no answers. I have no evidence. Thank you for listening to me.
Good morning. My name is Mark Zoller. I live in Green Gardens. Is the state truly requiring developments of this scale, or do we still have the ability to make responsible decisions about how they are placed? Because what is being proposed here is not small scale solar. Earthrise is proposing over 6,000 acres industrial solar installations spread out throughout our county. This is not a minor change. It's a permanent transformation of Will County's landscape, its communities, and its future. Placing projects of this magnitude in and around our residential areas and prime farmland will real consequences. Home values will impact Growth will be limited. People do not choose to move next to large-scale industrial solar fields, especially at this scale. We are not against solar, but location matters, scale matters, planning matters. These types of developments belong in areas that make sense, along highways or industrial corridors, or land that is not viable for farming or residential growth. They do not belong woven into an established community or placed on productive farmland. The size and scope of this proposal are simply too large and widespread. It lacks balance. It lacks consideration for long-term impact on the people who live here. I am asking you to vote no today, not to stop solar, but to stop diversion of it. Take a step back, reevaluate, put a plan in place, protect our community while it's still allowing for responsible energy development. Because if this is approved, there is no going back. This will define Will County. Moving forward, our property values, our growth, and our quality of life. Right now, it feels rushed. It feels driven by timeless and incentives, not by what is best for Will County or Green Gardens. We're asking you to slow it down and get it right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Laura Heydrich. I've been a professional dog groomer and preservation breeder of champion Cocker Spaniels, Pointers, and Irish Setters for the last 38 years. My kennel name is known worldwide. I've had winners at Westminster Kennel Club, Cocker Spaniel National, and close to 300 champions, many therapy dogs, and puppies sold to Oprah Winfrey and Terry Bradshaw as well. This is not just a hobby, it's my livelihood and my life's work, all based on our property. We moved here in 1999 from New Lenox in order to be in compliance. Even on a 10-acre property zoned A1, we had to apply for a special use permit in order to have more than 5 adult dogs. We could have had as many pigs, chickens, cows, or horses as we wanted. We met with all the adjacent landowners and Will County officials in person with pictures and an explanation of our vision. We could have been turned down. Earthrise has not done this. They never contacted us personally, not even a letter, even though they secretly were buying all the 1,000 acres of property surrounding our farmstead. We and our neighbors found out that they were buying the land in August of last year. We went to the open house in Manhattan on October 6th and walked to the back of the room to see the map with our own eyes. I took this picture as I was horrified to realize it was true. Mr. Calabrese asked if I had any questions. I said, "You see this little spot in the middle of that blue? That's us. I've been meaning to talk to you," he said, but he never did. I finally called them on February 13th to talk about the possibility of them purchasing our property, as we're going to be surrounded by thousands of solar panels as far as the eye could see. Mr. Calabrese came to our home and said they did not need our property. They had no plans for battery storage, which we now know is not true based on their own lease documents. They did not want to purchase our land because they could not include it in their application, which is also not true. We spoke on February 16th. The last amendments were made on March 10th. Or is it 12th? I think you just said today it was the 12th. He also said that they had other farmsteads that they did not know what to do with, as they were leased for 30 plus years. I said you could rent them out, to which he replied, "We can't have people living in the middle of our solar fields." And I said, "But you expect us to do that?" How do we possibly clean up all the glass in our grass yards from flying debris from windstorms or tornadoes? The other danger is fire from the panels themselves, or the 3-foot-long grass that they want to have a variance for under these hot panels. How am I going to get all my dogs out in time if there's a fire? When Mr. Calabrese was there, I said we could sue. He said, "I wouldn't recommend that. We're owned by a multi-million-dollar company, billion-dollar company with deep pockets. So they have plenty of money for everything else, but they leave us stranded in the middle. Imagine being in our shoes. No recourse, damaged property values, and the uncertainty and heartbreak we feel of the dread to come." How would you feel? How would you feel? Please vote no. No.
Jennifer Garlitz is my name, and I'm a resident of Will County. I want to talk about climate change. I want to say that I want to draw an analogy. Okay, so you can have Somebody can say, oh, prices are great right now. Prices are good. But when we go to the grocery store, every time we go to the grocery store, we realize that no, prices have gone up since last year. They've gone up in the last year when you go to the grocery store. So I want to say about, to draw an analogy to climate change, people can say there's no climate change. It's not an issue. Well, 20 years ago, we could say, it's down the road. It's down the road. But now we're living in it. And people have increased health effects from climate change. One is increased seasonal allergies. Another is an increase in ticks. This is all documented. People who work outside have to work in extreme heat, which is a health problem. It's a health issue for them. We're living in the climate change effects. We never used to have wildfire smoke here. Now we have it every summer. We have times when it's not really safe to go out and breathe the air because of the wildfire smoke. We have an unstable climate. We have temperature swings that we did not have before. We have increased tornadoes. We have increased droughts. We have increased flooding. What kind of world are we leaving to our children and our grandchildren? I mean, we have to ask ourselves that question. And we can say, the fossil fuel industry can say, oh, climate change, it's not an issue, it's woke, or whatever they want to say. But we're living in it right now. And we have, with the data center coming in, we have, it's going to use a huge amount of energy. The only clean, renewable sources of energy we have right now, around here anyway, is wind and solar. And if we, the thing is, nuclear.
Everyone will get their
Okay,
chance to
nuclear-
speak,
nuclear
please.
is controversial, okay, whether that's clean or not, it is controversial. So I'm not including that, but I'm saying that what I want to say about that is that with the data center going in, I got a little distracted there. With the data center going in, it's going to use as much energy as all the homes in the Chicago area. Well, that's a huge amount of energy, and our electric bills are only going to go up unless we have alternative energy, which should be clean energy. This project gives farmers a choice. They have the option to sell or not. The land can go back to farming in the future.
Everyone,
back to
excuse me
farming.
one moment. Excuse me one moment. You guys, we are all here for public comment. People have respectfully listened to the people who have spoken in favor of this project. Please limit your comments to when you are speaking. I respectfully ask that we all respect each other and listen to what we all have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. The land can go
Please
back.
wrap up, ma'am. You've
I
got
will.
about 30 seconds
Okay.
left.
The land can go back to farming in the future because it's lied fallow for 20 or 30 years. It will be better farmland in the future, and it can go back to, you put a warehouse on something.
Ma'am,
on
you
a
need
piece
to
of
wrap
land.
up. You're over your time.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next.
Good morning. My name is Steve Becker. I am an attorney. I was the attorney that Mr. Butler referenced. I contacted the Land Use Department previously about cross-examining witnesses from Earthrise and presenting evidence. I was informed by the Land Use Department that that would not be acceptable. Then on the night of the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, I consulted with both states' attorneys. I was also told that I would be not allowed to cross-examine Earthrise's witnesses and present evidence. So that's a complete due process violation, as Mr. Butler mentioned. In addition, as Ms. Ogalla mentioned, the only thing you could do at this point is deny this application because you have not had the opportunity to even review the evidence, even if I had had a chance to introduce evidence on behalf of all my clients. I represent multiple clients who are adjoining landowners to these parcels by Earthrise, and the denial of cross-examination violates a specific Illinois Supreme Court decision, as well as your own statutes. Next, I wanted to comment on the state's attorney. She mentioned about the Equity Solar case from the 3rd District. That case does not have any application in this particular situation. What state's attorney did not mention is in that case, neither party disputed that it was a complete application. That's the entire difference here. This application is woefully deficient, and we demonstrated that during the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. And that means that you do have the discretion to deny this, and you must deny it because the Earthrise has not completed its proper application process. I refer specifically to the wetland ordinances that are required to be done. There has to be Army Corps jurisdictional review, and they would have to have a preliminary plat. All these things on the wetlands and the floodplains have to be done before they bring their application for final vote. The statute prohibits you from approving that. And so for that reason, the solar case does not apply at all from the 3rd District because this is a woefully incomplete application. Also, for the record, I just wanted to note that my clients are objecting to the Will County ordinance. This is section 155-9.245. This was the county ordinance that basically took away the requirement of contiguity for parcels. That's why we have this monstrosity of 6,000 acres. This violates all special use permits, which require things be done on a case-by-case basis. In addition, it is our position that the county statute violates procedural due process and due process in general under the Illinois and federal constitutions. It also violates equal protection under the state and federal constitutions. In addition, it is our position that the state solar law that was passed is likewise unconstitutional. It violates due process under the state and federal constitutions. It violates equal protection under the state and federal constitutions. And it
3 minutes is up.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm representing numerous people.
Sir,
and I have to
you
make
have
my
3
objections on the record.
Sir, you have 3 minutes. Could you please wrap up?
Allow him to have more time.
I have a right to make my objections on the record in case we sue.
Please wrap up. This is public comment. It's not a public hearing.
No, ma'am, I have a right to make my objections on the record legally.
You don't.
If you
not
do
in
not
public-
allow me to speak, then you will be sued.
Make a
Not
motion
during
to
public
suspend the rules
comment.
to allow this speaker to have additional time.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Roll call, please.
Sherry Newquest.
Hold on one sec. I should have asked that. Could I ask the state's attorney to weigh in on, is this allowed? Can we suspend the rules? Just being thorough,
course you
Judy,
can.
that's all.
Of course we can.
Hold on. I'm just double checking. But I want them to weigh in on this. Can we suspend the rules for this gentleman to
Yes, we
speak
can.
more?
Yes, we can.
Please allow the state's attorney to answer
No, we
you
never
guys.
asked the state's attorney for this kind of question at any point. We shouldn't be doing it now.
Raquel,
No, Ms. Sherry,
this is
no.
a very
This is-
complicated
this is
situation.
improper and unorthodox.
Fine, I would,
We normally do this ourselves.
I would still prefer the
We are
state's attorney to
taking over,
answer,
Sherry.
please. Thank you. Then if I am in control of the meeting, we'll proceed with the vote. Go ahead, please, roll call.
Roll call to suspend the rules of the meeting for 3 and to allow more time to speak. Sherry Newquest,
No.
Herbert Brooks,
No.
Dawn Bullock,
No.
Raquel Mitchell,
Yes.
Judy Ogala,
Yes.
and Destiny Ortiz. 4 no, 2 yes.
Thank you.
So I want to
You
complete
could
my
please
objections.
wrap up. You need to wrap up. You have
I
about 30
will wrap up,
seconds.
ma'am. I need to have this on the record for the court. So I was stating that the state statute is likewise unconstitutional under due process, equal protection, and separation of powers doctrine. And lastly, there is a preemption doctrine. The Department of Agriculture has determined that there should be no solar panels on prime farmland. And it is our position that this basically preempts the field, and for this reason, that this is illegal, what is going on in Will County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you wrapping up there. Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning and thank you for this time. My name is Jim Michaelwitz. My family and I have lived in Green Garden Township for over 33 years. On Tuesday night, the Planning and Zoning Board voted 4-2 to deny Earthrise a special use permit. They did the technical review. Now this board has to decide to take on a greater risk. This is not just another project. This is a decades long-term land use decision that will paralyze productive agricultural land for 20 to 40 years. And once it is approved, it's not easily undone, and the damage may be irreversible anyway. Approval may open the floodgates to more damage from other solar companies wanting to come in. Seeing how Earthrise has never done a project of this size and scope before, and they said that on the record the other night, they are facing a deadline of July 4th, 2026 to have their approvals and start construction, or they will lose 30% tax credit from the investment tax credit. Earthrise's accountability has to be scrutinized concerning decommissioning and land restoration. Who will bear the cost when they fail? At the end of the day, please think about future of our families, all the people in this room, and what the character of these rural townships are going to look like. Heavily industrialized areas or the peaceful, serene farms that we've had for decades and generations. I respectfully ask two things from the board tonight. Please do not override Tuesday night's decision, and please vote to deny Earthrise special use permit. Don't even table it, please. It's time to stop this cancer. I was going to bring up another point that's right next to where our little farm is, and that's the Sheer Road Bridge and any involvement in Earthrise, because it's going to be on the record, but I want to forego that because of the discussion before public comments. I think it's evident what Earthrise is worried about, the time limit and everything else, and I mentioned about the tax credits. The one big beautiful bill put the time restraints on them. Why else would you lump 6,100 acres,
3 minutes up.
1.5 million panels for one meeting to get approved? Okay, it's money.
I want you to wrap up, sir.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Eileen Fitzer. I live in Manhattan. I'm 76 years old and I've lived on my 20 acres for the past 23 years. This is not just land to me. It's my home, my peace, and what I plan to rely on for the rest of my life. I'm here today to respectfully but firmly oppose the proposed solar farm near my property. When I chose to live here, I chose open space, quiet, and a rural way of life. A large-scale industrial solar project changes that completely. It brings glare, fencing, construction disruption, and a permanent change in the character of our community. At my age, I cannot simply relocate or recover from a loss in property value. What's being proposed would directly impact my quality of life and what I have spent decades building. And what concerns me just as much is that this is happening too fast without enough clear rules or protections in place. Right now, even at the state level, leaders are recognizing that large-scale solar development is moving ahead faster than most communities can respond. There are active discussions in Missouri about pausing these projects, putting a temporary halt, a moratorium, so proper regulations can be created and placement, operation, and long-term impact. This makes sense because once these projects are built, there is no going back. Communities across Missouri are already seeing conflict between neighbors, concerns about land use, and questions about who truly benefits versus who bears the burden. This is not just about one project, it's about getting it right. I'm asking you today, slow down this. Halt or delay approval of this project until further research is done and clear local protections are in place. We need time to fully understand the impact on property values, land use, drainage, decommissioning, and the long-term effects on residents like me. Progress is important, but so are protecting the people who already live here. Please do not rush a decision that will permanently change our community. I respectfully ask you to deny or at minimum pause this project until proper safeguards and research are completed. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Next.
Hi, I'm Andy Pinelli. I live in Homer Glen. I'm a member of the Village of Homer Glen Environmental Committee. I'm a volunteer advocate for various bipartisan state, national, and local initiatives that help mitigate the worst consequences of climate change. We hope in your decisions today, and I'm sympathetic to the local homeowners that could be affected by this, but I'm hoping in your decision today, you also take into consideration the common good for all Will County residents. America and Illinois are very hungry for electricity. We may have some excess capacity in Illinois right now, but in 3 or 4 years, we may not have any extra capacity, and we need to build capacity to prevent future outages. The Earthrise project is unique because it's near peaker plants and can get on the grid very quickly relative to other solar projects. In the meantime, electricity bills are skyrocketing and harming all of the area residents, and that's because of this growing demand, AI, data centers, EV, building electrification, et cetera. And renewable energy, especially solar, is the cheapest and fastest to get on the grid of all of the energy sources. So these solar projects are advantageous from that standpoint, from the standpoint that burning fossil fuels for energy is expensive, polluting, and contributes to more extreme weather events. Responsibly designed solar and renewable energy projects do benefit the public good. And also, not here today because it's a work day and the daytime, is the many union laborers that would benefit from helping to build these solar arrays. So what I'd like to do is have you take that into consideration and suggest that Earthrise has put forward a responsible plan to generate both increased energy and commerce without the air and water pollution associated with fossil fuels. And we urge you to approve the project and also thank you for all that you do in your considerations and work with the Will County. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cindy Westerman, and I reside in Crete in Will County, but I own a farm in LaSalle County. Would you please raise your hand if you own a farm? Okay. Right now, I cash rent, and fortunately, I have 2 years left on mine. I belong to the farmers of the Chicago farmers, and we meet monthly. And there are people there that are now getting calls from the people that cash rent saying we will no longer cash rent because there's no money in farming. We have no markets. We did have going on research at the University of Illinois and at Western Illinois, research using soybeans, which we have plenty of, for aviation fuel. However, last April, all of the funding was cut for any research. The only thing the University of Illinois and their ACES program has is a private donation of $1 million to continue that so that we would have a use for our soybeans. Right now, we have no markets. And I just want to bring the perspective to you that everyone keeps talking about our wonderful farmland. We don't need all the farmland we have. Until we can get more markets,
Please,
we're
folks,
losing money.
please be considerate.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, I am Nicole. I reside 0.1 mile away from the Lincoln Generating Plant on a farm that was purchased in the 90s. So prior to Lincoln Generating being a facility there, Monday and Tuesday was discussed that we need to present more red flags with the permit submittal and kind of more hurdles and why we can object to this. So that is what I am here to do today. More basis of denial. So material representation. So in the application, Earthrise states there are 9 employees per year for these 6,000 acres. Although in their presentation, they were flaunting 40. Where is that discrepancy coming from? I have never heard full-time versus part-time. Are there people, those 40, are they accounting for the remote workers that are at location X in the state, another state, that'll be monitoring the videos, the technology, ensuring that panels will be working? There are 9 employees that'll be working locally. Conflicting core data. How is that a reliable application? Violation of agriculture zoning. According to A1 agriculture zoning, it is considered a non-reversible, temporary, or a reversible, if you are kind of putting the solar panels, they can be going back to the prior use, not destructive. However, the application explicitly states some farm infrastructure will be removed or altered as needed. This directly contradicts the legal rationale used to maintain A1 zoning. Industrial. On permit page C-316, it identifies a substation, 345 kilowatts, capacity up to 6,000 megawatts. The adjacent parcel, the Lincoln Generating Facility, is zoned as industrial. How can this substation be zoned as agriculture? Why is it not industrial? Another fact, even if Lincoln Generating Facility was retired, and if this substation could run by itself. Land ownership and community impact. Earthrise promotes project is beneficial to landowners. In reality, there are 2 major stakeholders in these pins, these parcels. One of which is a subsidiary of Earthrise. The second is Family Farm, which they have since sold out all of their acreage to Earthrise, and they have vacated the county. Their residences have been vacant, within which they are 1 mile from the Lincoln Generating. No plan has presented.
3 minutes is up.
Okay, let me just make a quick fact of non-detrimental. This is detrimental to our moral safety and comfort.
I need you to wrap up.
Property
ma'am.
value, yes. They cite 500 to 1,900 acres, our comparison for property value, when this is 6,000 values. That is not subjective. You cannot compare those values. This land is great for farmers,
Need
the
you to
truck
wrap up,
drivers,
please.
everyone, grain elevators, mechanics, everything. So keep in mind how much you're affecting. You're saying you're hungry for
You're
energy.
over your
We're
time,
hungry for
ma'am. I
farming food.
need you to wrap up. Thank you very much. Next.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christine Duran. I have the privilege of being a Manhattan resident and a small farm owner. I want to start by saying what matters most to me in all of this is I support farmers. I respect their right to decide what happens to their land. Farming isn't just a business, it's personal, it's generational, it's identity. And for me, I do not believe it's anyone's place to tell a farmer what they should or should not do with something that carries that much meaning. Some farmers will look at solar and say it's not for them. Others will see it as a way to stay afloat, create stability, or keep their land and their family. And others may choose to even lease or sell if that's what makes sense for their future. I respect all of those decisions. Because at the end of the day, it's their land, their livelihood, and their legacy. I have seen the massive amount of social media against solar, but I don't think we are taking a step back and realizing we are telling farmers what they shouldn't do when we are always fighting so hard for farmers to have rights over their land. There's a lot of noise in our community about stopping solar, but I don't hear that same energy when a farmer is facing losing their land, when there's no next generation stepping in, or when the numbers just don't work anymore. Where is the support when they are truly stuck between a rock and a hard place? I'm not speaking about this in theory. I've had these conversations directly with farmers. I've heard from families whose land has been in their name for generations, but the next generation isn't interested in continuing the farm. For them, leasing becomes a bridge, a way to hold on to that land long enough for the possibility that someone might come back to it one day. I've also spoken to farmers who simply aren't making enough to justify the amount of work they're putting in every single day. That's the reality. I've heard so much negativity when these conversations first started that I have to admit I was skeptical too. So I didn't wait. I did my research right away. I looked into what are the panels made of? What are the foundations made of? The impact on the soil? What happens if there's compaction? I asked questions like, what happens during unpredictable storms? What if Earthrise goes belly up? What happens to the materials sitting on the farmer's land? I even asked about sheep grazing, beekeeping, and whether the land could still be used agriculturally. My research was thorough, my questions were tough, and I got the answers to everything I asked. To me, this isn't about taking land out of agriculture. It's about giving farmers more ways to keep it working for them. A couple of years ago, we started looking for land to expand our adult farmers program, where we teach adults with disabilities how to grow food, raise livestock, and build real hands-on skills. What we found was eye-opening. Much of the land around us has already been bought up by large corporations and is being held until development comes. Right now, it may look like farmland, but in reality, farmers are leasing that land, not because these corporations are invested in farming, but because taxes
3
are
minutes is up.
until it's more profitable.
I need you to wrap up, please, ma'am.
Thank you. I do support what Earthrise is offering because it gives people another options. And I thank you for your time because I support farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Michael McKinney. I live in Wilton Township as well as am a trustee for the board. I just wanted to keep it simple and sweet. I didn't write a whole lot out, but just some food for thought. As our highway commissioner had stated yesterday, a big thing, especially in Wilton Township, as well as many others, is our roads and our drainage. And I mean, without drainage, you don't have good roads. And they try their best on the roads, but we have lack of funding and we're already struggling as it is. But I mean, as things progress and there's a lot of fiber companies doing a lot of things up north in different towns, and with these solar fields, there's going to be a lot of fiber and a lot of directional boring, a lot of things underground. And I can see firsthand, for instance, yesterday in a neighboring town here, there was a located gas main that was hit. Only reason that it was known about was because it's gas, you can smell it. They dealt with it. But what about when it's out here and you have all these different field tiles and ditches and everything going, and then he hit something? I mean, it may not be today, may not be tomorrow, maybe a year from now, may affect the property next to it, behind it, in front of it, maybe a half mile away. But who knows? How's that going to get resolved? How's it going to get fixed? So that's all I have to say. I don't think it's a good use of the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yes, hello. My name is Thomas Becker. I'm the chairman of the Watershed Committee. I first want to just mention that this project is not driven by farmers. 2/3 of the properties are owned by land investors, and the land is transferring to an Accelerate Infrastructure company, which deals with industrial development. 2/3 of the partners with Earthrise do not live in the townships where they are leasing. I'd like to talk to you about the problems that we're seeing. Our Watershed Committee began over 20 years ago to stop corporations like Earthrise from not following the federal and state requirements to protect our natural water resources. What happens when you don't follow those? You destroy the streams, you destroy the wetlands, and you flood your neighbors. Earthrise has not completed any of the required federal or state standards to proceed to preserve our natural resources. Your statute, 155-9.245 QB2, requires that a solar developer, before he can determine the number of panels and where they can be located, he has to have a preliminary plat that defines the natural features such as wetlands and floodplains. Both of the applications that you'll be looking at are not respecting the natural resources. You're going to damage the watersheds of Plum and Black Walnut in the Creek project, and you will severely damage Fort Creek and Prairie Creek in the larger site. For example, in the larger site, the 6,100 acre parcel properties, of the 96 parcels, 84 of them contain federally protected waters of the U.S., and Earthrise has done nothing to define those boundaries. They have not submitted a single jurisdictional review by the Army Corps. They cannot define the wetlands because the land is tilled, it's all uninventoried. They've not submitted a site plan for an OWR, IDNR concerns regarding the floodplains, the flood hazard zones, the base flood elevations, and that will all damage the neighbors and cause flooding downstream. This application and both applications you're going to review are entirely and completely incomplete because they don't protect the natural water resources of Will County. Now, this is completely different than the 3rd District appellate case that has been talked about. That was for a case where the application was considered complete. This application is miserably incomplete. As landowners, as residents, as officials, it is our obligation and our right to preserve our natural resources. We have a right to advocate for them, to preserve our stream systems. A single wetland can have 1 million gallons per acre.
3 minutes complete.
Thank you. Our concern is that this application, both applications are incomplete and they do not protect the natural water resources of Will County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diane Matter, and I reside in Will County. I'd like to thank you for the opportunities to speak today about some of the critical issues affecting our community, particularly regarding large-scale energy projects and their impact on farmers, landowners, and our county's infrastructure. First, I'd like to address the liability concerns for farmers and landowners leasing their properties. These individuals are liable for any damage to neighboring lands, including drainage issues, pollution, and fires. Given the potential risks, it's crucial that we protect these landowners and ensure they aren't vulnerable to financial ruin. Insurance companies are hesitant to cover these risks, and this should be a major consideration in your decision-making. Think about it. What? The landowner cannot get insurance? The farmer can't even get insurance for their own farms. My brother is going through this right now, so I know this to be a true fact. Regarding battery energy storage systems, BESS, I'm concerned about the safety implications. A single utility scale lithium-ion battery system can have explosive potential equivalent to nearly 900 tons of TNT. In the event of a fire, water is not affected, and specialized methods are required. I like to present this fact.
Thank you, I got you.
Nothing could be accepted at this time.
How can our fire departments handle a fire of this magnitude, especially considering the risk of it reigniting? Who will be responsible for the cleanup? Who will pay for the cleanup? Now, this is really very important. That's why the county needs 100% bond upfront before construction begins. This is very critical. The installation process also raises concern about drainage and tile damage within 15-foot holes driven into the ground. There's a potential for a significant disruption to farm field and drain tiles. How will these be located and repaired? The long-term impact on our soil and water resources is a pressing concern. Furthermore, I'm troubled by reports that 40% of solar panels aren't even hooked up to the grid. And the company claims only 26% of the energy is being harvested. This raises questions about the project's efficiency and transparency. Decommissioning is another critical issue. I advocate for 100% upfront decommissioning bonds to be included in the contract, protecting our county from potential disasters and ensuring the company is held accountable. Given the risk of natural disasters, it's essential we prioritize.
3 minutes up.
Lastly, I'd like to at least talk about the people that will lose their jobs with
I
this.
do need you to wrap
Thank
up,
you.
ma'am, please. Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair. Oh, hold on. I'll move that a bit. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Lydia Simrai, and I'm here on behalf of the Indiana, Illinois, Iowa Foundation for Fair Contracting, or IIIFFC for short. The IIIFFC is a labor management cooperation committee representing signatory contractors and over 23,000 members of the International Union of Operating Engineers Local 150. Our contractors perform heavy and highway, utility, energy, and infrastructure construction work across this region, including the types of projects under consideration here today. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on the Earthrise solar developments. At the outset, the IIIFFC is supportive of responsible energy development, including the Earthrise solar development projects, particularly as Illinois works to meet increasing energy demand and long-term grid reliability needs. As has been widely reported, the state is facing growing electricity demand pressures and potential supply constraints in the coming years, making projects like this part of a broader conversation about resource adequacy and affordability. However, our support is grounded in a simple principle. These projects must be built the right way. First, that means ensuring that construction is performed by qualified, responsible contractors with a proven track record of compliance with labor, safety, and procurement laws. Large-scale infrastructure investments, especially those supported by public incentives or ratepayer impacts, should deliver high-quality construction, long-term reliability, and value for taxpayers and consumers. Second, these projects must create meaningful economic benefits for the communities in which they are located. That includes the use of local labor, participation in registered apprenticeship programs, and adherence to prevailing wage standards. These are not just workforce issues. They are directly tied to project quality, safety outcomes, and long-term performances. Third, transparency and accountability in the development process are critical. As reflected in public reporting and community feedback, large-scale solar developments can raise significant concerns regarding land use, local planning, and community impact. Ensuring that these projects proceed with clear standards, responsible contractors, and strong oversight helps build public trust and reduces the risk of conflict and litigation. Finally, the IIIFFC emphasizes that how these projects are built matters just as much as whether they are built. The state's clean energy goals and infrastructure needs can and should be advanced in a way that supports good-paying jobs, high-quality construction, and responsible market participants. As Bechtel is signatory to a project labor agreement, the Earthrise solar developments will support local job creation as well as create good-paying union jobs. For those reasons, we encourage this body to approve and advance the Earthrise solar developments as they are conditioned on strong labor standards and clear expectations regarding workforce development compliance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Dinah Triku. I am a younger member of the farming crowd, supposedly. 10 years ago, I was looking for land to build a therapeutic horse barn on. And I looked over plots for the Peatone Airport. I looked over the Ileana Expressways, many different plots for it. And I found a spot that was also high ground so we wouldn't get flooded. All of these things are very important to me. I was blindsided by this. I did not expect to have an industrial landscape in back of my house. It isn't in back of my house, but it is one block down. And there are many other issues involved in it. I mean, I had to go through, for building what I built, a water plan. Even though we were high ground, we had to make sure we didn't flood out our neighbors. We had to build retention ponds. There were drain tiles in our property that had to be rerouted. And that was a small 20-acre plot. This is huge. I cannot see that that is going to be feasible in terms of being able to follow the same rules that I had to follow. And regarding jobs, the union jobs are going to be there for how long? 3, 4, 5 years, maybe. These people live here. We live here permanently, and we want our property values to stay the way they were, at least. And having a solar field in the next block over or in your backyard definitely decreases it. Who's going to buy when there's a solar field next door? I don't have very much more to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Dean Christophilus, and I am the Green Garden Township Supervisor. I thank you for allowing us to speak this morning. I do stand here on behalf of our official township board and many, many residents of Green Garden Township. And we are asking your Land Use and Development Committee to vote to deny moving forward with this Earthrise solar application that is before us. This is exactly what our township board has done. We passed Resolution 2026-005 opposing Earthrise solar application for a special use permit. There are many reasons for this opposition, some of which we heard, some legal that we will allow our attorney, Steve Becker, to pursue. But I would just like to share for a moment the official reason that our township is in opposition. And it's very straightforward and simple. The Earthrise solar project is not compliant with our comprehensive land use map for solar facilities. Just like your committee, we have a highly capable Green Garden Township Planning Commission that has done a remarkable job for our township. They have conducted countless hours of communication with residents, going back and forth with the township board. They've had open houses, and we also hired an architectural firm so that we now have a designated area in our township for solar. The amazing thing is there are very few, if any, solar panel proposing in this area. Instead, what Earthrise has done is they've taken 2,500 acres of land and spread out these solar panels indiscriminately everywhere in our township without any regard for our land use. And so as far as the township is concerned, this is in complete violation of our land use plan. Never did they sit down with us. Never have they called me to say, where is the land use? Where's the solar for your township? I understand the same is true with the other 2 townships. And so we're very, very concerned about this. So much so that we're considering township incorporation so that we have a greater local control over our land use. So I ask, again, with all due respect, with all urgency, to please vote to deny this Earthrise application. We believe that Earthrise needs to simply start over, lay it aside, start over, and respect the land use that we do have for solar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Ted Lamb. I live in Green Garden, and I'm here because I think we need to protect our farmland. People don't realize there's only 2% of the population feeds the whole world. So the more farmland we lose, the less food we're going to get. We can't eat electricity developed by these solar panels that are destroying the earth. And there are so many other alternatives to what we can do to, create electricity. Just think if Teddy Roosevelt hadn't seen or hadn't the foresight to see what would be destroyed, we would not have national parks today. The redwoods of California would now be somewhere in someone's home. So there's other alternatives, and one of them is that the government has these small modular nuclear reactors who are coming online fast. They got the technology. They've take up small amounts, and I'm sure just one I read at one point would be able to go on 40 acres and create electricity 24 hours a day if needed, and do the same thing as the 6,000 acres are going to take. There's government. The US government has also got all these loans from millions to billions of dollars to help. We have 3 new reactors going online now. If you want to read it, they're all online. You can find them. You can find out how much money is available for these reactors from the US government right now. And they talk about timelines are not long. And if Earthwise wanted to really help, they would be building one of these reactors. We have one in Illinois that was tore down maybe 10 years ago that was gas and coal fired. It's now a fishing lake called Heideke. It has the capacity to put a nuclear reactor there and cooling that stands here today. So other than anything else, I think that this board needs to realize that it's not just about now, it's about 50, 60 years from now when people will probably double in the US, and where will the food come from? And it certainly won't come from ground that's been destroyed. And I'd like to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, and thank you for your time. My name is Cindy Shepard. I drove here from my home in Urbana, as I have for many times in the last few months. I work for Faith in Place, which is an environmental nonprofit that works with communities of diverse religious traditions to build stronger, healthier communities. My specific role in my organization is to work with communities that are being asked to host these large utility scale wind and solar sites. And so I speak with groups, and I have spoken with groups from several different churches here in Weld County. I think you should be very proud of your constituents. They ask really great questions. They help one another understand diverse perspectives, and they have expressed consistent pride in Will County's history as a leader in providing energy for America. I sent to all of you who are on the county board a copy from comment cards and letters that were written by Will County residents, and I was going to read you a few little sample, but I'm not going to do that. So you have them, and I commend them to you. I think you also will be proud when you read them. They contain the reasons for supporting these projects that range everything from increased tax revenue to jobs to respecting farm-owned landowners' property rights, to looking to a brighter future for our children. So I'm going to just let you read those letters, but I want to thank you on behalf of those of your constituents that I have met for your public service. It's not an easy job. And I want to remind all of us who are here that we learn by listening to each other. And it's when we hear the fears and concerns and those get addressed, then we can move forward together. And I am hoping, and indeed I'll be praying for Will County and the communities here that you're able to do that with your leadership. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi. Okay, sorry about that. I'm Gregory Clark. I own Clark Real Estate in Frankfurt. We've been around for 50 years. This is my 50th anniversary for our company. I'm going to read you something here, and this first part is just to show you how things changed.
As of August of 2025, the USDA has discontinued federal funding for loans for solar and wind projects on productive U.S. farmland to protect the agricultural land. They don't mention prime. Reversing previously incentives under the Rural Energy for America program, the policy, so they reversed it. They now want to protect this. The other thing is that the policy also bans the use of foreign-made panels, particularly from foreign adversaries. In the days gone by, people can remember that there was, we received a lot of drywall from China. All that drywall, a lot of it had to be, a lot of houses, thousands and thousands of homes were considered uninhabitable because the drywall had issues. Now, in this case, if we're taking, I'm going to say the steel, the galvanized steel from China, someone has to be watching that steel coming over because it could be processed wrong. And if it is processed wrong, it will leach into the soil. And so this testing should go on, and it should be a company testing. It should go on for every year. We don't need 20 years from now to find out that there's leaching into our soils, which contaminates our wells. They should have some insurance policies for this particular case. One of the things that that you'll find out if you read their in the information packet they have is when they do remove all of this debris from the property, they will deduct what the scrap cost is from from their bond on that aspect of it. One of the other things though is that anything under 3 feet can stay. They don't have to remove the product that's under 3 feet. So you have to revisit that. The leases. This is a I don't care what anyone says, it's a quasi-public utility. They're going to be delivering energy as a wholesale item. That needs to, those leases that the farmers has, usually I'm a farmer, you got your lease, it's your lease. In this case, absolutely no way. This is a utility, it's quasi-government. Those leases need to be reviewed by somebody in government and made sure that the landowners are protected, but not only landowners, the people. They are collecting up to 60% federal money or shine money from our government agencies. They should absolutely have to be protected by a review. Those leases should be reviewed. They should not be allowed just to be individual farms because they are getting federal funding and assistance.
3
Lastly,
minutes up.
okay, let me just one last one.
I just need you to wrap up really quickly.
When it comes to the values of the real estate, the values in the real estate do affect. Green Garden is different than Wilton Center and all that. It will impact. First thing people ask me.
I do need you to wrap up, sir.
First thing people ask me is when they're going to move. Where's the solar farm? They don't want to live by them. That's all.
Thank you. Go ahead, next.
Jeff Becker, the Watershed Committee. Let's make this really simple. This is your statute. Are you going to follow your own statute? 155-9245 Commercial Solar Energy Facilities, Section Q, states, quote, all applications for special use permit approval must include, the following information, Section Q2B, a preliminary site plan identifying the following: physical features, including but not limited to floodplains, wetlands, solar panels, and equipment. You need the number, you need the location, and the spacing. Have you looked at what was put in by the billionaire Earthrise company? There is no number. There is not a listing of the location, the exact location on it, because they haven't done any of the wetland review. They haven't done the floodplains. They are just giving buffers. They have not followed the rules. Does the billionaire class have a different set of rules than the Will County residents? Because I can tell you, when the Will County residents come to Will County, you make us cross every T and dot every I, but not them. No, they're getting special treatment. So if you're a Democrat on here, the Watershed Committee will say to you, you have championed all the water resources in Will County. And we are thrilled about that. But now you're going to throw them away for the billionaire company by not following your own rules. They needed to put this in this application. It's woefully incomplete. I want to talk about one more thing here. It came up on I think Monday. So there was an EchoCat from Earthrise through the IDNR dated 10/17, and it listed one of the Illinois endangered species. It was a short-eared owl, and it said they'd be unlikely to be in our area. Well, one was just found in Manhattan earlier. This is after that. So you have an endangered species issue because that bird is going to get protections by the IDNR. And that could be in the habitat where this is all at. So you also have a problem, and that bird, they were proven, it was, the bird was found, it had a broken wing and was rehabilitated. So that is going to come into this. So I think you really need to look at what is going to happen here if you're not going to do endangered species and you're not going to do all the water resources. Woefully, woefully incomplete. Are we going to be treated one way and they get treated another way, or do we get equal treatment? That's what we want to find out from you. And if this doesn't happen, you know what's going to happen? Green Garden, we've already passed a resolution to look into leaving the county. Do you want us to leave the county? This is all about land use. If you protect us, we will stay in the county. If you're not going to protect us in meetings like this, we will leave the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is David Maxim. I was here on the first meeting on the 18th, and it's just a couple of things I would like to bring up. First is how fast everything's moving. When I got back home, I talked with some of my neighbors. They didn't know that the solar panels were even going to be a thing. And to bring it back, they had a PowerPoint. They said they reached out to 170 people, left door flyers. Nobody knew about this. There's a sign next to the railroad saying that they're going to put up the solar panels, but if you're driving by 40 miles an hour, you're not even looking at it. Another thing they said, it could increase home value prices or keep them at the same level. If you just Google, will having a solar field next to your home increase the value of your house? It says it generally decreases the value by 1.5% to 5%. I don't know where they're getting their numbers. They pulled up like a couple houses that were surrounded by solar panels that were sold in 2020 or 2022, kind of the height of the real estate market. And they're like, oh, well, house values are going up. I just think their numbers are completely wrong. And then the other thing, why do we need so much power? It's all for the data centers. I think everybody I talk to is against the data centers. They don't want them next to their houses. No, people are getting sick by being around them. The reason we need more power is to fund the data centers. And once this solar field gets built, I live in Beecher, so I'm next to the Plum Valley one. They're just going to buy up the farms on the opposite side of the street. They're going to put more solar. They're going to create more power just to fund the data centers. It's not going to decrease your electrical bill. If it did, I mean, they're going to get, I think it's 8 cents a kilowatt. Once you start generating more power, power loses value. I mean, like none of the numbers they're coming up with make sense for me. They also said something about like fixing the roads. I mean, there's potholes right now in the road that you could fit a solar panel into. I don't know how you're going to go about like bringing the roads back to a good condition. Just overall, I feel like this is moving so fast. I mean, it's a Wednesday. Luckily, it was raining, so I didn't go to work. But there's a lot of my neighbors who are not able to come here because they have to go to work. They have to take care of their kids. This needs more time for more people that actually live in the area to come up and voice their concerns, because I could not believe if you guys made a decision today saying yes or no. It's just, I mean, there's people who literally don't know that this is happening. I would just ask that you guys take a little bit more time or give people more time to come up.
Time up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Wagner. I'm a retired supervisor and past trustee of Green Garden Township. Folks continue to move to Green Garden Township as they've been doing for years because they seek the rural landscape we provide. And they move here with the expectation that the county will continue to support the Green Garden Comprehensive Plan to maintain that rural nature. This case alone should not be an issue about renewable energy or clean air. This case should not be an issue about providing jobs for union workers. And above all, this case should not be about maximizing profits and investments for outsiders. This is a land use development case. This case should be about our residents, people who live here, our electors, the folks who our elected officials should be representing, folks who pulled building permits to build their dream home here, folks who have already invested their lives, their funds, their futures in our township, not investors who want to tear up our landscape, our rural nature, and then move on. It should be about folks who live here now. At the Will County Planning and Zoning Committee earlier this week, Green Garden residents testified over and over again that they are not in favor of this project as proposed. This matter before us today was not created by our residents. It was not created by folks for whom county and township officials are elected to represent. Bottom line, it was created by profit-seeking outside businesses and investors. If passed, this project clearly destroys land that, for the most part, was planned and destined to be residential growth. Land use cases should be about maintaining the cohesive and complementary expansion of existing zoning. As such, we support solar where it belongs in the industrial and commercial corridors according to our comprehensive plan. It's in the name, special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. What's unsettling is that the applicant requested that all properties be in one application. It's inconceivable that all properties warrant identical evaluation, like there's no difference between property in a commercial corridor or property among the populated subdivisions. Let's not let outside interest destroy what we've worked so hard to build for our community. Let's not let grants and donations bribe destruction of our community. Let's work together to do it right. Until a complete comprehensive application is proposed, I strongly encourage you to vote no. And with regard to the value of homes not decreasing in locations next to solar farms, their studies did not provide resource citations. And the statistical significance of those studies is certainly questionable. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm going to give you a different perspective on this. I've been pro solar for the last 5 years at my business and at my home. I'm also a landowner in the Gibson City project, and I'm also a businessman of 45 years in Gibson City. And working with Earthrise, it's been fantastic. I've worked with them for 4 years now. When they say they're going to do something, they do it. They stand behind their product. They're wrapping up their project in Gibson City right now. I think August is when they're going to go fully online. So they've done a great job in our community. They've supported our community. Our businesses downtown have very much benefited from having them there in the community during the construction phase, our campgrounds, all those things, wonderful people. The economic growth has been fantastic for Gibson. I encourage you to come down if you have questions. You said you came down?
I did.
Yes. And what did you think?
This is public.
It's not for you to answer questions. I can't answer that right now. It's just
Okay.
public comment.
That's fine. But I've been impressed with the stewardship that they've done with the land as being a landowner. And also they used us for planting the vegetative lines around the project. So it's been very beneficial for our community, our business, and our area. As far as you got any questions, reach out. I'll be glad to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here. Next, please.
Good afternoon. I stand here today before you as a proud safety light unit laborer with Local 75 and the Chicago Land Laborers District Council and Apprentice Fund. My name is Jennifer Williams. I live in Mokina, Illinois, which is Will County. Henry David Thoreau once quoted, What is the use of a house if you haven't got a tolerable planet to use it? To me, this project represents more than infrastructure or energy. It represents opportunity. It reflects what can happen when investments meets workforce, when training meets determination, when people are given the chance to build something that lasts. In the trades, we understand that every structure begins with a solid foundation. This project is no different. It is about building responsibly, creating opportunity, and contributing for a future that is both sustainable and strong. I truly believe, based on my training and experience, that the leaders behind this solar project did not come into this space by accident. They came with intention, planning, and a responsibility to get it right. I chose to train in solar because I believe that if you're going to speak on something that impacts people's life, you should understand it and not assume it. The trades in this program gave me that understanding. So when I stand here and hear concerns about safety, I want to acknowledge everyone in this room with respect, because those concerns are real and they deserve to be taken seriously. As LiUNA laborers, we understand that safety is not a side conversation in our field. It is the first conversation, the last conversation, and every decision in between. These systems are designed, regulated, and installed with multiple layers of protection, from strict engineering standards to inspections to trained professionals on the ground who are held accountable every day. There are safeguards at every level, and there are people behind those safeguards whose job is to make sure they are followed. But beyond safety, we also have to talk about reliability. Across this country, we've seen what happens when energy systems fail. Entire community lose power due to extreme weather, infrastructure strain, and grid overload. Projects like this strengthens the grid. But this is not just a project placed in a space. It is an investment placed in a future. Whether we move forward with intentions or stand still in uncertainty, change is happening either way. The question is, do we help shape it or do we let it shape us? In the trades, we learned that what we build must stand long after we're gone. This is one of those moments. So at the end of the day, this isn't just about solar panels. It's about people. It's about building something that is safe, reliable, and done the right way, because the people who live here deserves nothing less. And as someone who chose to step into this work, to learn it, and to stand in it, I can tell you this isn't being built on assumptions. It's being built on training, accountability, and commitment to doing it right. I vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Tim Shanahan from Manhattan Township. I've been asked to read a letter from Andrea Baumhart from Manhattan. She wasn't able to get off work today, so I'm going to start with this. I find it so disturbing that there is such a display of classism in Will County right now, where outsider billionaire companies have entered our tri-township communities, disadvantaged our landscape by acquiring the local peaker plant and refusing to run it at full capacity, but instead they acquired thousands of farm acreage to install 20-foot solar panels under the guise of environmentalism. This unfolds in systematic and societal disparities for our local taxpaying residents versus the elite wealthy. What's worse, this whole case now has descended into textbook feudalism, which was a dominant socio-political system of early Europe, based on land ownership and reciprocal obligations, all in the name of alleged protection. This is the land of the free and the home of the brave. Be brave, take a stand. The unfortunate discourse that has unfolded between the farmers, residents, and working unions is 100% to blame on the elite wealthy. They are intentionally creating discord to deflect blame off themselves. This is an obvious strategic display of deflection to make themselves be seen as a savior. Remember, today is Holy Thursday, and remember who your savior is. I implore all people to refute this ideology, because the wealthy thrive on greed and power and want you to hate each other. Support reasonable job growth in Will County that does not cause harm. The two plan members who voted yes on Tuesday supported incomplete claims from billionaires while disregarding evidence from Manhattan, Wilton, and Green Garden Township officials and legal representatives who have been entrusted we're looking out for our communities. To cite just one example, the road commissioners have stated this current proposal is unsafe and our roads cannot presently handle this. And they provided evidence and reasoning. Any disregard for the safety of our community will not be forgotten. Will County officials are here to represent the Illinois Constitution and the residents' best interests without inflicting harm. Land use members must presently vote no. Now, my little presentation. Here we go again. Warehouses 5 years ago, a data center last month, and solar today. It's destroying the south part of our county. You know, Joliet put the data center in because it's quite a ways away from Joliet City proper. Joliet's encroaching on the area, but a couple of objections that I have or I'm concerned with is runoff of water. I live at the corner of Bruns and
3 minutes up.
Bruns and Kankakee Street, and
I do
have a
need you
good
to
day.
wrap up, sir. Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Juan Hernandez, the director of the Kicking It Back Center, and I'm honored to express my strong support for Earthrise Energy's proposed solar projects in Will County. At the Kicking It Back, we serve youth and seniors alike, creating spaces where generations connect, learn, and thrive together. Earthrise Energy's commitment to clean, community-centered development aligns deeply with our mission. These solar projects represent a meaningful investment in the health, resilience, and future of our region. For our seniors, the benefits are clear. Clean energy means cleaner air and a healthier environment, which are especially important for older adults managing respiratory and cardiovascular conditions. The project also promised economic stabilities through local job creation and long-term energy savings, helping seniors on fixed incomes live with greater security and dignity. For our youth, these projects offer inspiration and opportunity. They show what's possible when innovation meets responsibility. Earthrise Energy's work opens doors to STEM education, green careers, and environmental stewardship, empowering young people to be part of the solution. We envision field trips, mentorships, and hands-on learning that connect our youth to the land and to the future they're helping to build. I wholeheartedly support.
Please, folks. Thank you. Go ahead.
I wholeheartedly support these projects and urge others to recognize the lasting benefits that will bring to our seniors, our youth, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time. Excuse me. My name,
Are you okay, sir?
Like me.
Thank you. Go ahead, next.
hi, my name is George Jones. I live in Saybrook, Illinois, and farm in the Gibson City area. First and foremost, I want everybody to know I have not been paid to be here. I'm just here to speak to what Earthrise Energy has done in our county, what they have done for our townships. They have come in and repaired roads where they needed to be repaired before the project ever started. They've spent a lot of money and time making sure that the vegetation that is underneath all these panels is beneficial, not only to wildlife in the area, but also that it's going to do what's best for the ground. As someone who has been farming for 40 years, I was a little leery, to be totally honest with you, when Earthrise came in and started their project. I can stand here today and tell you that if you're going to work with a company, you want to work with a company like Earthrise. They have gone above and beyond what could be expected in our area to help the communities, do what's best for the ground, do what's best for everyone involved, and they have bent over backwards whenever anything was asked of them. They've helped out our schools. They've just done an outstanding job in our area. So if you're going to work with a company, I have to say, I couldn't imagine a better company to work with. And I'm very pleased that my skepticism when we started this whole project in the Gibson City area has come, I was wrong. They are an outstanding company to work with. And I would encourage you to vote yes, so that you can work with a company who really does care. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Uh, Good good afternoon. My name is Alfredo Asensio. I am a 16-year Will County resident. I am the Director of Apprenticeship at the Lyouna Chicagoland Laborers District Council Training and Apprenticeship Fund. And I thought it was extremely important for me to be here because, as mentioned, I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak amongst all of you. And I really want to focus on the word opportunity because as a young man, I was brought up as a very humble experience. I didn't know what a pair of Nikes were until I was the age of 16. Now, having the opportunity back in 2005 to become an apprentice really changed my life. And I went through the ranks of organized union labor, from becoming a apprentice to becoming a laborer, to becoming a site safety director, labor foreman, to going into our training center as an instructor, assistant training director, senior apprentice coordinator, and now the opportunity to see the changing of lives of many thousands of our apprentices as a director of apprenticeship. Now, I hear about the short-term project that it would be amongst the land, and I understand, and I do hear you. What we don't see is the life-lasting careers that we can possibly give our residents here in Will County. The opportunity to raise our families in a community such as a wonderful one here in Will County. Now, as stated, I have been given an opportunity to raise my own family here in Will County, and that's something that I take as a blessing, because when I heard that there may be a possibility for approximately 100 new apprentices to work on a project like this amongst 1,000 tradesmen that do take in consideration everything that we touch, every person that we meet, and all the land that we touch is significant to the training that we conduct and we take amongst ourselves. Now, as stated, I have seen the lives of many apprentices change. One of them spoke before you. Her name is Jennifer Williams, and just spoke actually a couple people before me. I vote yes to give this opportunity to any and all of Will County residents to make not only to get a good paying job, but to get a life-changing career. So that's all I have. Thank you very much for your time and opportunity. I hope that you strongly consider to vote yes for solar panels. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, go ahead.
Hello, I'm back. My name is Michael Ramolona, and I am here on behalf of 20,000 union laborers in northeastern Illinois, many of whom live and work in Will County. In my work for the union, I've conducted industry research on the solar industry and labor conditions in Illinois. And in that work, I've seen other solar projects get built by rat contractors brought in from out of state, paying substandard wages, providing no health care or pension or trading benefits. And here in Will County, I know of solar project developers that brought in contractors from Minnesota, Wisconsin, even as far as New Mexico. And I just read a report that in the US, only 10% of all solar workers are unionized, which is actually lower than the overall construction industry unionization rate. The developer here has committed to 100% local union labor on this project. That means that the workers who build the project will earn fair wages, they'll get healthcare coverage, accrue pension benefits, and apprentices will log hours towards journeyman status they can carry to every job after this one. And young people for whom college is not an option will have an entryway into a career path in the trades that pays a living wage and provides health insurance and pension benefits, all guaranteed by a project labor agreement, which in my opinion should be required on all solar farms. But this county is going to absorb an enormous data center that is the size of 600 football fields. It was as much power as the entire generation capacity of the Hoover Dam. The county needs every kilowatt of clean energy it can get its hands on, and the workers who build the projects that generate that power deserve to be paid fair wages and to have healthcare coverage and benefits. My union comrades in LiUNA are proud to be part of the green transition this county and this state and this country need. So I am speaking in support of these projects because green jobs should be union jobs. And thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is James Walsh. I'm supervisor of Manhattan Township. Some of the reasons that we are here today as a board are, we are not totally against solar. We appreciate clean, green energy. It is surely the best way to produce electricity and power. We as a township have had 3 smaller solar projects come to us, and we have okayed them, went along with them. We were able to work and compromise with them and work to create our solar resolution. The problems we have with Earthrise is that this solar project is just too darn big. 6,000 acres that stretches probably almost 10 miles from one end to the other. I can't believe that we are even saying these numbers. If you would have told me this a year ago, I would have thought we were talking crazy, 6,000 acres. As I said before, we are not totally against solar, and we certainly are not against union labor. Most of all, we are not against farmers that have been the backbone of our township forever. The problem we are having with this monster project is Earthrise does not want to work with our Manhattan Township solar resolutions, which we presented to them. We created the resolutions to be able to have answers and solutions for our residents. We as a township are very concerned about the small farmettes and homeowners out there in all 3 townships who are being negatively affected by this monster project. These are people who live out there in beautiful, peaceful country settings and have invested their whole life and savings into them. We all appreciate that feeling. Now we are about to take all of that away from them by encircling them with solar panels. They haven't even had a chance to negotiate or litigate about it. A lot of the trouble was we spent the last 2 to 3 months trying to get maps and locations of where all this project was going to lay. In practically no time at all, here we are in front of the Land Use Committee. Just not enough time for a project of this proportion. The state just can't keep sending us these companies with an open book, with what appears to be no regard for homeowners in the area. They obviously can put solar wherever and however they want. You almost can't believe Earthrise for putting in as much solar. You almost can't blame Earthrise for putting in as much solar as they can. It's like turning a kid loose in a candy store. Take as much candy as you want. We don't have any rules. The state said so. There is no sense in us having a comprehensive plan. We realize that the state is the culprit that has put us in this terrible trick bag. That is why
3 minutes up.
I need you to wrap up.
That is why we have to stand up and start taking our township and our county back from the state so we can control this on our own property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Kristen Blazer. I'm from Manhattan, Illinois, and a lifelong Will County resident. And I am being pushed and pulled in all of these different directions on how to make my decision. I travel frequently between these 3 townships and fear of looking at a scar of solar versus a lush green bean field or the tiny corn sprouts, and grandpa saying, knee high by the 4th. My parents reside in Green Garden Township. They built in the early 70s and raised my sisters and I there. They are still there, and we were raised in a proud Union home. However, 1/10 of a mile, which is just 2 houses away, there is a proposed farm field that will have solar according to the Earthrise map. So you can see how we are torn in that aspect. From the time I moved to Manhattan, my house value, no relation to the solar, has gone up by about $100,000 in less than 10 years. My tax burden has also almost doubled. Tax rate in Manhattan currently is about 10%. Recently, this January, I began my term as the Manhattan Township Assessor. I do not know if there was any contact between Earthrise and my predecessor, but I do know that I have not been contacted, contrary to their claim in their presentation that we did not see today. Is there a measurement of how many megawatts per parcel? I brought this question up on Tuesday, and I did not get a response yet. This is case in point to how this timeline is aggressive. They weren't even able to contact and reach out with those numbers so that I could see how their estimated tax revenue that they provided, I can't even see if it was accurate. So I myself have not yet determined if this is a good or bad addition to these communities. How can anyone in this short amount of time, with this accelerated timeline, I urge the board to delay or postpone the decision and to allow for accurate study of all of these aspects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Patrick Young, business representative, operating engineers, Local 150. I'm going to be brief. Thank you to the board, especially thank you to staff. Thank you to Earthrise. The operating engineers stand on 100% with this project. You've heard jobs, you've heard economic impact, investment. Please vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
I was not planning on speaking, but I thought I'd get up here. My name is Erin Hamstra. I'm a resident of Green Garden for 11 years. We moved because my father-in-law passed away, and we wanted to help my mother-in-law and with her land, and I quickly fell in love. I see many of my wonderful neighbors here. They probably see me walking my dog with my children often. It is a beautiful landscape. I can tell you that we've seen deer, pheasants, geese, duck, coyotes, and even a passing eagle in our property. It's 2.5 acres. It is beautiful. I love walking on my land. I love walking the neighborhoods. We have the most amazing people, as you could see. Many of them are here. I hear such positive feedback from so many people about the wonderful constituents we have. They show up and vote, and I'm so proud to be part of Green Gardens and Will County. My husband is a union worker, so I can relate to many who want jobs, but this is affecting so many people I love. My husband's whole side of his family lives in Green Gardens or Will County, many of my family members as well. I'm a homeschool mom, and it's wonderful the things that we can explore in this area. And I got the privilege to tell them I'm doing my civic duty. And I thank you all for doing this. I know it's not easy. You're giving so much time. But I encourage you to hold off on this, vote no. It seems so rushed. As you can see, many of our neighbors are very concerned, and we don't have the kind of money to face and a huge business like Earthrise. And we're asking you in a kind of David and Goliath story to stand by the people who showed up here. We really respect everything that you do. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you guys so much for showing up. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, please. Go ahead, next.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Rico. I'm a lifelong Will County resident, and I currently serve as a business representative for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers here in Joliet, also known as the IBW. I'm here today to express my strong support for this project on behalf of over 1,200 members that work in the electrical construction industry in the Will County area. This project represents a transformative opportunity for Will County, one that brings together economic development, energy reliability, and long-term sustainability. Today, you've heard a lot about the workforce benefits of this project in regards to union labor with high wages, benefits, and retirement. In addition to the workforce benefits, this project will deliver the much-needed electrical energy at a critical time. Energy demand is rising in Will County. Energy demand is rising, and residents across Will County and the broader region are seeing higher electric bills. Increasing our local energy supply, especially through large-scale modern infrastructure like this, helps stabilize the grid and puts downward pressure on long-term energy costs. Simply put, we need more power, and we need it now. The project also represents a significant private investment, millions of dollars flowing into Will County. That means increased tax revenue for residents, that will support schools, public safety, essential services without placing additional burden on the taxpayers. I understand that projects like this, of this scale, come with questions and concerns, specifically in regards to land use, but I would respectfully submit or say that we must also weigh the broader benefits, job creation, energy reliability, and economic growth. This is an opportunity for Will County to lead into building the infrastructure for our future demands. As both a resident and a union representative, I urge you to support Pride of the Prairie Solar Project. It is a smart investment in our workforce, in our economy, in our energy future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I think is your mic? Yeah, can somebody take a look at it?
There we go.
There we go. It's on. Thank you. No?
Glasses on.
There you go.
Thank you,
Thank you.
guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Feck. I've been a resident of Will County since 1993. I grew up in Western Illinois on a Centennial farm. Farming's in my blood. In the interest of full disclosure, we have 100 acres under lease, option lease of the solar farm. We got about 640 acres in the eastern part of Will County. We've got additional acreage in the western part of Will County. Some people talk today about taking good farmland out of production. First and foremost, I got to tell you, Will County ground isn't necessarily the best ground. Certainly ours isn't as well. Today, the U.S. farmer is going to plant 309 million of acres. This is obviously a drop in the bucket compared to that acreage. We've already been producing energy on our land for a lot of years. Unfortunately, today the issue is we're changing the form that we need to produce it. Ethanol will continue to be a major source of revenue for farmers. Thank goodness we can use it for energy versus food. The problem is the world's going electric. You've heard how much need we have in Will County, Illinois, the United States for electricity. I guess I'd just ask Will County to do its part. We've continued to have growth out here, more electric users. And I guess in the people, the Green Gardens area, I somewhat empathize with you. We own the land though too. We got to be able to do with it what we want. I would suggest to you that when you come out here, you build houses, you put schools, students in our schools. We, the farmers, have to subsidize that. And again, if you've heard in the popular press, things are tough on the farm. This represents a source of tax revenue that none of us could otherwise provide. I know I've heard a lot of people complain about their taxes. This should help. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the numbers from that standpoint. I guess the other thing I would say is you guys are in a tough spot. Nobody likes to have people tell you what to do, starting with the state. We're in exactly that same spot as farmers. We need your help. We'd ask you to approve this for our help. And then finally, I guess I'd close with kind of be careful what you ask for. I know we heard about it the other night. If people were here, a developer was here providing us wanting to do a high density housing development, you guys would show up in force as well. Change is hard, I get that. And then I guess I would just close with, to the proponents of this plan, does anybody want to have their electricity turned off? Is anybody prepared to bite the bullet when we get cold? I think you know what happened in
guys.
Texas several years ago. And I don't want to see that on my property. I really don't think you guys are prepared for that either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Paul DeCassola. I'm a resident of Frankfurt, and I've been following this project closely for the past 6 months. In spite of a glaring lack of media coverage, I'm grateful that word of this massive project has slowly but surely gotten out to the residents of Will County. And as more and more residents become aware of this monstrosity, the opposition has grown larger and larger. I understand that billion-dollar corporations have deep pockets, and with that comes the ability to sprinkle donations to various organizations and public officials in order to curry their favor. I implore you, please do not approve this development. This will not serve the best interests of Will County. Yes, it may result in some additional revenue for a dog park or an arts association or for some of the schools, but at what cost? Please don't be complicit in selling out thousands of acres of prime farmland and a rural way of life simply because an entity supported by out-of-state billionaires see an opportunity to cash in. This is your legacy. Resist the payoffs and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Bill McGrath, Manhattan Township trustee and representative of Manhattan Township Board. And the residents of Manhattan Township, I respectfully ask the committee of delaying this proposed solar farm project. Will County staff has been looking at this longer project, approximately a year longer. As elected township board member, I feel that we as a board cannot make a decision in this short period of time that we've been given to review the full scope and specific details of the development to make this decision that was the best for the citizens of Manhattan Township. There are significant outstanding concerns, including overall size of the project, lack of transparency regarding the exact location of all parcels involved, and incomplete information about road crossing infrastructure impacts. Additionally, the developer has not demonstrated a willingness to follow the township's status resolution that other solar projects have adhered to. Given the scale of this potential long-term project, it is critical that all affected township boards are afforded adequate time to conduct a careful and comprehensive review. We're asking to delay to ensure any decisions are fully informed, consistent with township standards, and the best interests of our community. If this project goes forward, I hope we all can work together.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gyneth Borden. I'm the supervisor of Wilton Township. I found out about the Earthrise project quite by accident when I saw a surveyor in an adjacent field close to my home. Once I started looking into what was going on, I started hearing people talk about it a little bit. I still wasn't contacted by Earthrise. To make a long story short, people started coming to me and calling me when they got the packets from the county. That's when they found out about it, which was not long ago. The residents of Wilton Township oppose this solar project completely. And for that reason, we sent a resolution to the county to be heard that our board voted no to the solar farm. A lot of the homes in Wilton Center are surrounded or facing or touching, it would be the solar farm. 150 feet is nothing when you're looking out your window currently and seeing a beautiful sunset, or in the summertime, a bean field, cornfield, lots of different animals, fireflies. You cannot replace that with solar panels. So for that reason, based on what our residents want, I would like for the board, not only for that, when I was researching, I found your minutes when you were discussing large solar projects that were going to be coming through Will County. Your very board had very big concerns about these large projects, and I can't find one that's bigger than this. So for that reason as well, I would like to ask that you vote no for this solar project today.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Curtis Wells, and I'm the Land Development Manager for Earthrise Energy. I live in Illinois, and I've had the privilege of working on all 5 solar projects at our natural gas peaking plants. I've worked in the energy industry for over 20 years. I worked at a co-blending facility for 2 years, 10.5 years in the oil and gas industry, and now about 8 years in renewable energy. I've worked with Rob Calbus, developer of this project, since 2020. The mayor of Gibson City.
Excuse me, sir, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
What did you say your role in this project was?
I'm the land development manager.
Are you an employee of Earthrise?
I am, but I'm here to read a letter on behalf of the mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to sit down because
I can't read this is on behalf of the mayor of Gibson City?
I am very sorry, sir, but Earthrise will have their opportunity to present, so I apologize, but thank you. Okay, whoever wants to go next, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paul Woodcock, and I'm a trustee for Manhattan Township, and I'm having a real problem with this Earthwise spiel that they're trying to hand us. And the first time that I contacted Earthwise, they had an open house in Manhattan at the township, not township, at the Park District, and we had a resolution that we had allowed a couple other solar farms who operated with us, and they were happy to. I'm having trouble time, and they're having trouble with. They had no problem with going with our thing. I walked in there with our resolution to Earthwise and took one look at it and says, we don't have to do that. We just have to do state minimums, and they had no idea that they were ever going to help work with us. I've looked at the beautiful selections they had up there and all the facts and all this stuff that they had months to prepare, months. And we got to find out about it 2 or 3 weeks ago. We got no chance to check any of their facts, and we haven't had a chance to really read through this correctly. I had a meeting with Supervisor Walsh, our clerk, and myself with a member of Earthrise, and they sat there and said, when this passes, they're not going to cooperate with this anymore. So I just don't like all this that they're sitting there saying how cooperative they're going to be. I don't know if this, I want to say they sat there and said the other night that how they were going to decommission these after so long, but yet 2 breaths later they say, we've never decommissioned one. Well, what if they're wrong? What if they can't decommission? What do we do then? And so what I'm asking for you to do is to, if not postpone, deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Gary Lincoln. I live in Green Garden Township. I see a lot of my neighbors here. I question why a company has to come in and have the people that they're leasing with, they have to sign non-disclosures. They can't talk about it. I also question why, and this started months and months ago, that they started salting all around. They were giving donations to everybody. They gave donations, somebody else mentioned this before, they gave donations to Provision Market in Monee, which is a non-for-profit food pantry type thing. But they gave a donation to them of a considerable amount of money. And next thing I know, I see a letter to the editor in the newspaper, and Provision Market is ranting and raving about how good Earthrise is. I know they gave a donation, or from what I understand, they gave a donation to a church right near me. And that pastor could then, I don't go to that church, but that pastor then could possibly influence his flock on this to do that. Why do you need to give donations ahead of time? The other question that I have for you is, have you no heart or have you no morals? If it wasn't for, everybody else in here, all these union guys, I got my first union card when I was 18 years old in 1971, okay? So tell me there's a union guy in here older than me. There probably is, I don't know. But what I'm saying is I've been union all my life. And I want one of you union guys to buy my house. That's what I want you to do. You're looking at the short term. You're not looking at the long picture. If this goes through, Green Garden, Wilton, and Manhattan Townships are gone. They're never, ever going to be the same. You won't see a horse trotting down the street on the side of the road. It's as simple as that. You're coming in, all these other people that come up and say, well, you know what? This outfit has been good for us. They've been a good neighbor and all this and that. Where did you put your solar farm that these people are saying such good things about it? I'll bet you a nickel to a bucket of manure that you never put it right next to their house.
3 minutes are up.
I want to know if you in the suit and the mustache and the top.
I need you to wrap up, sir.
Live next to a solar farm.
I need you to wrap up. Thank you. Do we have anybody else on that side? Next, please.
Yep. Hi, I'm Jim Baltus. I'm the road commissioner, Manhattan Township. We've got a broken system. Senate Bill 25, taking the authority or out of local authority, judgment out of local authority, out of the township's hand and out of your hand. We're the closest thing to the people. All right? They come to us. They say, I've been told, well, if you got a problem, go see your state rep. I don't like that. I don't think our state reps are doing that good of a job because people are moving out of Illinois in droves. So why should we entrust our state reps? I don't get that. And then I've heard, well, if it's not approved, we're going to court. Give the people a choice or a chance to have their voices heard. Is that so bad? This is America yet. Now, one other thing. Our unions, you're here to protect your employees. I get that. You're doing your job. But you guys are stepping over dollars to pick up pennies. You're turning around. Earthrise says they're going to hook into the peaker plant to spend there 25 years. Their solar panels are going to be here 25 to 30 years, which means that peaker plant's going to be 50 years old. Senate Bill 25 also lifted the moratorium off of nuke plants. So if they're going to hook their panels up to a product that's going to be there 50 years, what's that tell you? It's a better tax base for the county and for the state. And a nuclear site station to be built is 6 to 10 years, not 18 to 24 months. You guys, everybody's got to look at the long range picture here. And this is not a long range fix. And I applaud planning and zoning for listening to the citizens. And I ask this board to do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Darlene Houston, and I'm a lifelong resident of Will County, except for like 5 months when I was in Southern Illinois. I wrote a couple brief notes. You mentioned that you didn't have a chance to go over what happened on Monday and Tuesday. I've heard a lot of the same exact people speaking, saying the same exact words as was said on Monday. I wasn't here Tuesday, but I was here Monday. So you have heard a lot of the testimony from Monday. I want to say something different from what I said Monday, however. I want to answer some of the concerns that some people have said, and a lot of them I don't have answers to because it's not my field. I travel quite a bit all over the country, and I personally enjoy seeing windmills and solar farms. I love it. I love seeing all the pollinators. And if they wanted to be down the street from me, I'm like 5 houses away from the end of the block. And I did say this Monday, I would much rather have that field there and the one behind me have solar panels in them instead of the Amazon warehouse that took over the other one and all the other warehouses that took over those other farmer fields. So you want to be surrounded by cement, that's fine. I don't. Now, and I do live in an area that's considered rural. I ran a home child care for 20 years, and I'm a state certified early childhood teacher. I love nature. I love the pollinators. When my late husband was on hospice at home, we didn't have solar. We still don't. However, the power went out, and I had to worry that his air mattress was going to go out, and I would not be able to get him out of bed, and I would not be able to refill that air mattress. You know what I did? I went out and I got a solar travel battery pack with the solar panels, and I got 2 of them, and I used them as I traveled. You know, if I'd had, I have a friend who can't have solar on his house because he's surrounded by tall houses and tall trees. And so he uses the alternate energy source from these solar farms. Solar farms, I love the fact that they have pollinators around them, that they have beekeepers on them, that they let the smaller animals through, not the ones that'll destroy it, but the smaller animals through. I'd much rather see the solar fields than all that concrete that's all over the place.
3 minutes up.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And I
Megan.
appreciate you being here, and I appreciate everyone being here.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, hi, Brian Borden. I'm Wilton Center, lived there my whole life. I grew up working for farmers. My uncle's a farmer. I worked for grain elevators throughout my life, off and on. And one of the things that I've seen since I've been watching this for 3 days, they keep saying farmers sold 6,000 acres, whatever. It ain't all farmers that sold the 6,000 acres. I think it's probably maybe 3,000 acres farmers sold. The other 3,000 probably investors and stuff. Or maybe some of them are retired farmers that lease to other farmers. I know farmers that have leased from these investors and they're losing 500 acres, 400 acres, 200 acres, I don't know, a bunch of them. And it hurts them guys. So we already started the part with farmers, we're hurting farmers right now today. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you guys see what I'm saying? I don't know. Have you guys been to Wilton Center? One? You been to Wilton Center?
Sir.
Okay,
we
we're
can't really
okay. Well, here we
interact
go.
with you,
We're gonna go,
sorry.
keep it going now here. I know, sir, but okay. Oh,
Brian.
I can't take it. So we're going with this now where I sat here, was watching their presentation. And I know these guys want to work. I understand that, but right or wrong, you can't just go work because it might be wrong. Yeah, I know they want to work. I ain't nothing against the union guys, but here, the presentation, when I seen this thing go up there, they go talking about 2,000, 2,500 people working for a year and a half, right? And then the thing on the one that got me was when I looked at it, once all the smoke clears and the dust lands and it's over, 40 people full-time. 40 people full-time for over 6,000 acres, and we're not even counting the 2,500 acres in Crete. We're almost 9,000 acres. Just keep taking it. So what I'm saying is do you know how many people are involved in harvesting over 6,000 acres? Farmers, farmers helpers, auger wagon drivers, semi drivers. Just keeps going down a chain, just keeps going. There's lots of jobs here where little guys lost their jobs. Elevator workers, all the guys at the rivers, barge workers. 6,000 acres right there gone. So I don't get what we're doing here. But like some of these guys said, once this happens, it's over. This communities will be gone. And there's I don't know what else to tell you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next, please. Go ahead, next.
Good afternoon. For those of you that don't know who I am Tony Janowski. I am the Business Development Director for the Mid-America Carpenters. We oversee 5 states. In Will County here, our Will County Carpenters, we have 4,000 active carpenters that are residents here. The question that it's been troublesome for us, being in this industry for 10 years, just on the clean energy side, 38-year member, and I'm a resident as well, is the developer in good faith not working with everybody in the community. No developer should come in any community and make sure that the general welfare benefits everybody, union, non-union. We raise the ship for everybody. And that's not the case right over here. The EPC, the engineering procurement contractor that was awarded the project, was forced into an agreement that they typically don't work under. They're a national company. Earthrise has done multiple projects with the carpenters. They'll talk about the Gibson City project. With that project, that was done with all the trades, and it was very successful. And there's a lot of proponents talking about that project, but you got to make sure we take care of the residents as well. The siting bill, and I think that's come up a lot about this is forced down your throats. The legislative intent of that bill was not to, obviously make more of the codes going through, not more restrictive at the local level than the state level. So there's consistency, but it didn't, the General Assembly's legislative intent was not to take the control out of the local community and their input. And that's what's really important. And we don't support this project right now because in good faith, Earthrise over 8 months will not work with the carpenters. I asked the question multiple times and I can't get the answer. Why are you denying the carpenters or our residents the opportunity? Because we want to make these career pathways. We're working with workforce programs that have partnered with the carpenters. They're residents of Will County. They cannot be employed on this project because they're not affiliated with those 3 entities that are signed under that agreement. So, just moving forward, I would say this, as there's a ruling coming out, or at least a hearing, April 8th. This is the Will County that's challenging the Stunco solar development. It's a pretty good case, and there's going to be a lot of years. That's going to dictate how the board moves forward with decision making. We don't want to make stuff that's more restrictive, but we want to make sure that we're doing stuff that we're doing what's best for the community, we're doing best for the environment, and we're including everybody. We're raising bars in those underrepresented areas that the Climate Equitable Jobs Act
3 minutes are up.
supports and everybody
Do the
else.
wrap
But
up.
love to talk with you, but we are against this project until the developer comes and sits down with the table with us. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Nobody over there. Next, please.
Thank you. My name is George Rapidis, R-A-P-I-D-I-S. I'm an attorney with the Labor's District Council, the Labor Management Cooperation Committee. I'm here to discuss the appellate court, the third case that was discussed also by the state's attorney. One point that has to be made clear is that that case held that those factors which the state outlined must be followed by the counties that are unincorporated within the state, like all the unincorporated land in the county. So not a city land, but the unincorporated land. And therefore, even though we may appreciate some of the comments made by the previous speaker from the Carpenters about his membership, you and the county board as a whole are not allowed to take considerations like that into account. You can hear them out, but the factors you must use to award this special permit have to be the factors outlined by the state of Illinois. There was also a previous speaker that mentioned land use, speculative land use, as something that the board should take into account, or that, building something there in the future that hasn't been planned. The Grundy County case, the facts of it were specifically about a new development in Grundy County that was completely speculative. There wasn't really much there. So when the court heard Grundy County's arguments, they said, sorry, this speculation is not enough for you to overturn the factors outlined in the statute. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Ray Nugent Jr. I am Highway Commissioner for Wilton Township. Real quick, the same as I said the other night, we want you to work. My son's a crane operator. I want him to work. And you guys need to work it out with the Carpenters. Okay. Earthrise will come up here and tell you that they have tried to work it out, and that is extremely disingenuous. I have 42 emails. Every time I sent one or replied, I asked for a map. Maps I finally got last week. On Monday morning, I asked, not on Monday, on last week I asked where they were going to cross roads. Monday morning, I get an email saying we haven't decided yet. How in the name of God can you guys approve something that they have no clue as to what they're doing yet? Just answer me that. I, like you, I took out a petition, I ran, I'm on a board, I took an oath. I'm going to hold you guys to that oath that you also took. Protect the people of the county that elected you. Protect our roads. Protect everything about this. I have 51 miles of gravel road. Gravel. I will have mud roads by the time this is done. They have not come to us with a road use agreement, and to say anything different of that is a complete lie. We don't know what's going to go on with drainage. Drainage, whether it's a construction job, when these guys get on a job, there's a complete plan. There is no complete plan. You need to vote this down. Yes, you're going to worry about litigation. The front table is going to tell you to worry about litigation. If I worried about every time I worked on a road that I would get sued, I would get nothing done. So it's time to find our spines and vote no. Send it back over there. Tell them to come back with a complete plan. Maybe it's a different look by then. And lastly, I serve on the Stormwater Committee for Will County. I work with Ms. Tomzak all the time, people from this table on a regular basis. Back in the 70s, you guys, not you, but the people before you approved a subdivision. County board approved that subdivision. It is a train wreck. These people have flooded basements. They have septic fields that are failing, and it's failing because you guys didn't do your job. Drainage was not planned. Now you can blame Joliet, and that's part of the problem, but you guys did not do your job. Do your job today. Vote this down. Make them come back with a complete plan. Hold yourself to your oath. Protect the people that elected you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead, next, please.
My name is Madison Delamata, and I'd like to start my speech with a simple question.
How will future generations be negatively impacted from this project that is being so quickly decided? In August, my fiance and I purchased our dream property in Wilton Township along Fort Creek, completely surrounded by agriculture. We felt lucky to find not just a house, but our forever home and community. We want a future with peace, open space, a few kids playing outside, and a way to feed ourselves. And like many of us here, I'm against using thousands of acres of valuable agricultural land to build industrial complexes. I'm an urban forester, certified arborist, and horticulturist, and I truly believe that turning our highly fertile soils into industrial space would be a waste of our country's resources. Granted, industry should grow to keep the economy moving, but this industry in these locations is not the answer. We are entering an energy crisis, and band-aids such as massive solar complexes taking up thousands of acres of land will not heal this wound. I do believe solar can supplement energy demands. However, other options need to be considered to limit the negative impact of future generations. And as being part of the younger generation, I would like to know, what will the land look like in 40 years? What will happen to the millions of wildlife we get to encounter so often? What will happen to our watershed and the wells that supply our families and our livestock? Many residents and myself are against the misuse of prime farmland, and we need our local representatives to protect our irreplaceable resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, next, please.
Hello. Last but not least, it's nice to see everybody again. And like I told you last meeting, remember my face, remember my voice. I am not going anywhere. And for all of those people that couldn't be here because they have to work 11 a.m. on a work day, and those who aren't able to come up and speak because you don't have that capacity to be unafraid to say what you need to say in front of people. It can be a very scary experience. However, there are a lot of
What was your
questions.
name? I'm
My name
sorry.
is Alexis Snow, and
Thank
I live
you.
in Green Garden.
Thank you.
There are still some things that aren't answered. And like I said, I'm not going to ask all my questions at one time because they learn every time we question them. They come up to circumvent what our questions are. So it sounds like they're answering, but they're not. First of all, good faith. We're supposed to take them on good faith. Wasn't good faith for the toll road as well? Oh, 20 years, it'll be paid off. Our tolls have only gone up. What about the Illinois lottery? Oh, it's going to go for the schools. I don't think that's true either. So to say good faith, I'm not quite sure about that, especially when you have a solar field that was abandoned out in the desert. This was an addition, this was not, excuse me, was not addressed at the last one. They put it out there, it's great, it's sunny, it's amazing, they don't have to worry about fire. Guess what, there's dust. They can't employ people to go out and dust them every day. So instead of decommissioning it, it got abandoned. So what's going to stop that from happening here? We're in the country. We all know about the dust, especially during harvesting season. Oh, we can put them in stow mode. I'm sorry, dust sticks to everything. You're not going to change my mind on that one by any means. And about the union workers, my husband's a union worker, I get it. But if they put this in the right place, you will still have the jobs, you will still have the work. I'm not telling you don't build this, just put it in the right place. There's plenty of industrial, and you can put it on top of their buildings. You're not wasting footprints. Not to mention, they already have the infrastructure electrically to handle that, and they have the substations. Wire's already there. Why isn't that being considered? Oh, and okay, you say, oh, don't worry about crops and soybeans. You know, it's not, we can't sell them. What about hay for our animals? We all want to have our animals, everything else. Now we're going to have to go farther out to get our hay and pay more money. So that's just a few things for this meeting. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, next.
Yes, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I was up here the other night and said a few words. I'm not a speaker by no means. I'm just a working man. I I came here as a immigrant to this country and did it the legal way. And I looked for the American dream. I worked hard, and as I say, nothing opposed to anybody that's looking for work or want work. I worked to buy a piece of property in Manhattan Township. My name's Eugene McKinney. I live in Manhattan Township. And I was up here the other night and spoke a few words. And what I don't like about Earthrise is they're telling you they're going to do whatever you want. They're going to listen to you. They're going to sit down. They're going to listen to all your explanations on how, what, if, where, and when. I brought a few words up about a short-eared owl, that is owl, O-W-L, and not within about 30 minutes of me speaking, they called it a bat. So what are they going to do for yous when they don't want to listen to me within a span of 30 minutes? We're talking about a 6,000+ acre project. What did that do to the price of farmland in Wool County plus every other county? I wanted to buy more land in Wool County and build a farm. They have drove up the price of land to astronomical prices, where me, as an immigrant, did it the right way, legal United States citizen, wanted to buy more land and create a farm. I grew up on a farm in Europe. Grew up farming. I know what it is to farm. I know what it is to work. I was pushed out of that market because of Earthrise. They came in, they offered all the farmers astronomical numbers. How is somebody like me, a small independent, supposed to buy farmland after they offer astronomical numbers? And there's more people out there like me that wanted to buy land to build a farming community. We all grew up in Wool County, farming, doing it right. What are they doing for Wool County? Hold on. They couldn't remember the difference between an owl and a bat within the span of 15 minutes. So I'm going to leave you with that thought. Thank you very much for your time and everybody else's time, because we all know time is valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead next, please.
Greetings. Gary Jones, citizen, representing a family of electricians, a long line of them, probably going back to that ancient philosopher rubbing amber to make his cat's fur stand on end. We've come a long way with electricity, and you know you want it, and it's got to come from somewhere. What are we going to do? Build a nuke plant in downtown Joliet next door to that data center? You know that's not happening. 10, 15 years to get one before it finally safe for that. We're going to use hydroelectric dams? Maybe. In fact, that was the original power source for Joliet. That was 150 years ago. Awful lot of people out there using power. So we need something else. You're going to dig up all the dirty, high sulfur coal from Illinois' great farmland? Well, we know where that's going. I don't want to choke on all that dirty air and water. Don't want to frack the water away. So that energy's got to come from somewhere. So let's just put aside all these minor differences. So far, some of these objections are just ridiculous. They're beyond NIMBY. There's caves, citizens against virtually everything. Come on, you got to be for something. So pass this project and let me plug in my iPhone, please. It needs charging.
Thank you. Is that it? Do we have any more comments? Okay, that's the end of public comment. Thank you all for persevering through this. We're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Sherry.
Okay, what time is it? We're going to recess until 2 o'clock, and then we'll resume the new business portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we're moving on to new business. So, case number 1, ZC-25-139, Sparrow Management, owner of record. I'm not going to read everything here. Special use permit for commercial solar energy for Monique, Crete, Washington, and Will Townships. You all have the list of pins. It's multiple properties roughly located in the area south of Old Moni Road, west of CSX Railroad, east of South Kirsten Road, and north of West Church Road, County Board District 2 and 3. Can I get a motion and a second, and then we'll have discussion and presentation?
So move, Ogala.
Motion Ogala, second Ortiz. Okay. Jesus, go ahead.
Thank you. As you mentioned, this case is ZC 25139. The name of this project is Plum Valley. As you mentioned, this takes place within Monique, Crete, Will, and the Washington Townships. The parent company is Earthrise Energy. The project includes 41 parcels. This applicant withdrew 3 parcels from the request on March 18th. That was sent out as a memo, so I point you to the memo to find the individual pins that were removed. And if the special use permit is approved, the area will be approximately 2,258 acres in size.
Okay, now for questions, we'll start with the committee first, and then we'll move on to other county board members not on the committee. So do we have any questions? Judy or Member Ogala?
You can call me anything you like there, Sherry. So I have a question. Jesus, how did PZC vote for this project?
Yes, PZC voted 4-1, thereby recommending approval of this project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, are we going to vote?
No.
Does Earthrise want to
No.
present? I'm sure they do.
I'm going to make some, go ahead, let them speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Ben Jacoby. I'm the attorney for the project company. What I'd hope to do here is introduce myself, introduce the team that we have with us, and then allow members of my team to give a few minutes background context on their subject matter expertise, starting with Rob Calvis, who's the lead developer and who can tell you more about the project and answer a lot of the questions that were posed during the comments that we just heard. So the team that we do have with us here, Rob Calvis is the lead developer with Earthrise. He's the jack of all trades. He spent the time really overseeing the application and developing the project. We also have Graham McFall. He's Director of Environmental at Earthrise, and he can answer questions about stormwater, environmental, the wetlands, the FEMA, the site plan that we heard about earlier. Joseph Horn is with Earthrise. He's senior engineering manager, and he can talk about construction operations. We also have Chris Wilson, is a landscape architect at Kimley Horn, and he can provide detail on the landscaping, screening, seed mix, et cetera. We have with us Andrew Lyons. He's an MAI designated property valuation expert from Cone Resnick, and I believe you've heard from him before, and he can address questions on property valuation if you have them. And then we also have with us Dr. Chris Olson, who's an environmental health scientist, and he can address questions about health aspects related to the project if, again, you have them. Mr. Lyons, Mr. Olson aren't slated to speak, but we have them here with us in case you have questions about those topics. We did submit a letter yesterday, April 1st, highlighting much of the evidence that was presented at the PZC hearing. It was just a recount of the evidence. It highlighted the benefits that the project is expected to bring to the county and to the residents. It also had responses to certain concerns that were addressed during the PZC hearing, such as the completeness of the application and the wetlands FEMA issues, and also the outreach to townships and road commissioners. And that was, again, subject matters that we addressed in detail in the PZC hearing, and we've summarized that evidence in the letter for you, which is responsive to a lot of what we heard today. It also concludes with the discussion of the law. I know there have been questions about how Equity Solar versus County of Grundy interacts with this case in the citing law, and we give our interpretation in the letter there. So that's sort of the landscape of witnesses that we have, the roadmap. I'd suggest, if it's okay with the board, that I turn this over to Rob Calbus, the lead developer, who can provide details on the project. We can run through a couple of the subject matter experts who have details on those items that were addressed today. I'll conclude with some very brief conclusion remarks, and then very happy to take any questions that the board has and address any questions. So
Thank you. Let's go ahead and
So Rob?
proceed.
Members of the committee, thank you for consideration of our application for Plum Valley Solar and Pride of the Prairie Solar. I'm going to tell you a little bit about who I am, and I'm going to answer a couple questions that were raised and address a few comments also that were raised. I'm also going to then turn it over to my team. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have on our applications. So again, my name is Rob Calbus. I'm the Director of Development at Earthrise. I lead project development in Will County. I oversaw the applications that we filed at the end of last year, Will County. Land use, I've been developing wind, solar, and battery storage projects across the Midwest since 2019. Prior to that, I worked in finance and strategy roles in the oil and gas business. I'm trained as a petroleum geologist with a specialization in fluid flow through porous media. I was raised in Indiana. I grew up in a rural area. My first job was detasseling corn, and I worked on farms. I'm an all the above guy when it comes to energy. I'm well versed in the trade-offs of a wide range of power generation technologies. So when the opportunity came along to join Earthrise, I was excited because of the innovative strategy of combining both conventional and renewable energy. I joined Earthrise in the summer of 2024 because of the innovative approach to building new power generation. We do things differently here. We put surplus capacity to work, utilized by our natural gas peakers, to bring solar online quickly. We've solved a problem slowing down the addition of new supplies of electricity that will offset those new sources of demand we've all heard about, including right here in Joliet. That's been our guiding vision for these projects, to bring new power generation online quickly, to get some relief to ratepayers. I hate to think about the dilemma of someone having to make the choice between paying for medication or paying their power bill. That's a dilemma that none of us should have to face. And so when it comes to new sources of demand that are causing those electricity prices to skyrocket, putting new generation online quickly is one way to address that. And that's why we're here today, to advance Plum Valley Solar and Pride of the Prairie Solar. With that, I'd like to respond to some of the issues that were raised. So first, I'd like to address the concerns brought by Mr. Janowski of the Carpenters. The Carpenters have a lot of our business, as Mr. Janowski mentioned. They helped build our plant in Gibson City, and they're going to be helping build our project in Cumberland and Coles counties that's gearing up for construction right now. So they have a lot of our business. At the end of the day, we considered a lot of different options for a workforce for these projects. And we decided that the tri-trades are the right fit for this project. We made a commitment. We asked our general contractor to sign a memorandum of understanding with the tri-trades. And we're not going to be intimidated into breaking that commitment that we made. We do not abandon our values, no matter how much we're threatened. I'd also like to address the concerns brought by the Heidrich family. I have a different recollection of the conversation I had with the family. I would like to address one concern that they raised. They raised the issue of us saying that we couldn't have people living in our solar fields. Well, that's a mischaracterization of what I said. What I said to...
Please, members of the audience, allow him to present. Thank you.
What I explained to Ms. Heidrich was that we can't be in the position to be landlords to people living on our property. And I'm going to give you an example of that. There was a piece of property that we purchased that had 5 people living on it. They were renters. And we can't turn people out. So what we did is we subdivided that property. We subdivided a 5-acre parcel from the main parcel, and we ended up deeding it to them. So now, instead of being renters, they own their own property. That was the solution to not being a landlord on that property. And so we cannot be landlords. And that's the response I gave to Ms. Heidrich. I'd also like to address the reconciliation of jobs question that was raised. Some folks were citing there were different factors. Well, if you review our application package, you'll see that in there are a number of different categories how we break out jobs. And so that's all detailed in the applications that you have at your disposal. There are three main categories. Those are direct jobs. Those are the construction jobs. Those are the jobs that actually build the project. Then there are there's indirect job creation. Those jobs are, for example, suppliers to the project in the county. And then there's the induced jobs, and those are kind of the knock-on effect of having this economic activity in the community. So jobs like additional wait staff at your local restaurants, different clerks at a gas station, things of that nature. And so there are a number of categories of jobs listed, and I encourage you to take a look at those in detail. The townships have raised some concerns about availability of information. Well, in the early, we contacted Manhattan Township in July of last year. Actually, we reached out in June. We sat down with them. We shared. We had not completed our land acquisition at that point. We provided an impromptu presentation to Mr. Walsh, to Mr. Baltus of Manhattan Township. We showed them the site control displayed on a GIS system that we use to track our land acquisition. We showed them the properties that we were looking at. We explained that we could not provide a layout until we were done with our land acquisition and the diligence of our properties. When we did complete that diligence,
Excuse me, sir, please, members of the audience, you guys had your chance to present. I understand there's a lot of emotion about this, but please allow him to present. You do not get to ask questions, members of the audience. Only the committee and other board members get to ask questions. So please allow him to present uninterrupted. Sir, I'm sorry I cannot call on you. You do not get it. This is not a public hearing. This is, you had public comment. That was it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
as I was saying, after we completed our land acquisition and our investigations of the property, those investigations included mapping wetlands, mapping floodplain, mapping archaeological resource, mapping threatened and endangered species habitats. We walked the sites. We completed that work en route to preparing an application. When those applications materials were completed, we hosted an open house to the public. We did 2 open houses, one for Plum Valley and one for Pride of the Prairie in early October. Following those presentations, in the middle of October, we sent both Wilton Township and Manhattan Township the site plans that we had displayed at those open houses. I'm happy to share the emails that provided that information. The tax assessor raised an issue about making tax estimates available and some of the data that serves as the basis for that. Happy to do that. We commented that on the PZC hearing the other night. We're more than happy to meet with the Manhattan Township assessor and go over our estimates and explain some of the data. So apologize for not following up yesterday. As you can imagine, we do have had some preparation for this hearing to address in the meantime, but we will be happy to address that at your convenience. With that, I want to turn things over to my team so that they can introduce themselves and explain their roles in the company, and then we'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you very much.
Sure, we all have questions. So.
Be happy to answer your questions. We can do them now, or I can introduce the team.
The team, that'd be fine.
Sounds good.
I think we'd like Joseph Horn to come up and just give a couple minutes on construction management and answer some questions that we heard from the public.
Thank you all for your time today. As was stated, my name is Joseph Horn. I'm an engineering manager with Earthrise. My background is on the construction side in building these things, which I did for the majority of my career before coming to Earthrise 2 years ago to work on the owner and development side of things. I'm just going to answer or go over a few of the topics that were brought up by the attendees in no particular order here to just address some of the concerns that were raised. Drainage was brought up several times, which is a very valid and good topic to bring up. Our project uses pile foundations. These are just basically steel I-beams driven vertically into the soil and held in place by friction. Concrete is not the general approach. And because of that, like farmers using the land, it is in our best interest to maintain drainage for the land to avoid excessive corrosion. If drain tile, we map drain tile, which I'm guessing Graham is going to go into in more detail next. And then for drain tile that isn't somehow mapped or gets missed and then does get damaged, we go in and repair it. We hydrovac it. We do a temporary repair, and then within 2 weeks, I believe, we're dictated by the state legislation on this, we have to do a permanent repair in that area. We want to make sure that we are draining and maintaining the existing drainage for this area like it was before, because that increases the lifespan of the project and prevents that unnecessary corrosion, just like how a farmer wants to make sure that they keep their fields well maintained and drained to be productive. Stow mode and dust are two kind of related topics that were brought up again. So I'm going to go over what stow mode is. This is a technology that's become more common over the past 2 years. And basically, the project control system is integrated with local weather stations, both existing ones that you'd find like at airports, but also ones that are installed as part of the project. And what those do is they look for significant weather events like wind and hail. And this project uses a tracker system so the panels can rotate throughout the day. That's great for efficiency. What it also does is allows us to rotate to deflect the worst of significant weather events like wind and hail. So this is a new technology, as I stated, but it's pretty much mandatory due to insurance at this point. You're going to have no luck trying to find someone who will insure one of these projects without that, and that is a technology we absolutely are using at this project. The peaker plant usage was another topic that was brought up. We are mainly governed, we have state laws that determine how much we can run that. We would run that more were it not for state legislation. So there is a talk of like idle, we're not running it as much as we could and replacing it with solar. We are not the ones doing that. If state legislation changed that allowed us to run it more, we would run it more. That is out of our hands, unfortunately. On the stow mode and the dust, I forgot this portion of it. Those projects in the desert that deal with dust, they don't get regular rain that washes off the panels. That's why it's not the same level of issue out east here. The height of the solar panels was brought up. I think I heard 20 feet at one point. These panels are just over 2 meters tall, so about 8.5 feet when they're mounted on the tracker system, and that's at full tilt if they were rotated to their maximum extent. And then finally, the last topic that I want to cover here is battery storage that was brought up. Just to emphasize, this is not a battery storage project. This is not a project that is going to take power, put it in batteries, and then feed those batteries back onto the grid. That is not what our permit application includes, and that is also not what is in our interconnect agreement with PJM and with Ameren. This is a solar project. If it were a battery storage project, this presentation would have been completely different. There would be a very different application before you. So thank you again for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. I want to invite Graham McFallop. He's the environmental director, and specifically I want Graham to respond to the questions about the completeness of the application, to show where in the application the wetlands and FEMA are delineated and how we've complied with that site plan requirement as set forth in the ordinance. So Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Jacoby, and good afternoon, committee and board members, and thank you all for the opportunity to speak.
Like Jacoby said, my name is Graham McFall. I serve as the environmental director here at Earthrise. Grew up in Minnesota, hold a bachelor's of science from the University of Minnesota, focus on agronomy, plant genetics, and sustainability. Prior to joining Earthrise, I oversaw our environmental permitting, construction compliance, and post-construction compliance for hundreds of commercial and renewable projects across 36 different states. In my role here at Earthrise, I'm tasked with ensuring projects are properly diligenced, permitted, and in compliance with many federal, county, state, and county regulations. I want to respectfully reassure this committee and the public that we are stepping through every single step of the process with all those regulating bodies, including Army Corps of Engineers. But I do, and I say this all sincerely, I am very comforted to know that some of you share the same passion that I do about protecting our nation's wetlands and natural resources. I've spent the last 14 years doing that myself. We have defined all the WOTUS, so that's Waters of the United States, which was brought up this evening or this afternoon, protected under the Clean Water Act, that's EPA, and all the wetlands and stream features that are regulated under the Rivers and Harbors Act, that is regulated under the Army Corps of Engineers. We have coordinated with me personally, I've coordinated with almost every single Army Corps of Engineer district in this country. And I have, again, permitted hundreds of projects, and I am not going to let this be the first one where we do not have proper authorization from the Army Corps of Engineer or any federal, state, or county or municipal regulatory body. I also wanted to highlight that we're voluntarily going above and beyond all those regulations with additional benefits such as pre-seeding prior to construction, which is not a requirement, but is super, super helpful if you're talking about the NPDES permit, construction stormwater compliance. That's where a lot of projects go sideways. So pre-seeding, we're installing prairie and pollinator habitat in conjunction with Pheasants Forever, Fish and Wildlife, Turkey Federation. We've done this on other projects. In fact, 2 years ago, we built a 700-acre prairie restoration project with Pheasants Forever outside of our fence line on the Gibson City project. Pheasants Forever, Fish and Wildlife, it was the largest private land restoration project in the state at the time. So really proud of that. We want to keep that momentum going on this project and all projects going forward. And then somebody mentioned beekeeping as part of the spirit of land stewardship and agrivoltaics. We will deploy at the very least beekeeping as well on this project as well. We've actually got a really neat partnership with a company that teams up with local veterans, where they provide all the equipment and the training, and they go out there and they can make a living and have that as a hobby. The last thing I maybe want to, or two more things maybe I want to highlight again is we've said it before, but we've got some new faces. Earthrise's strategy when it comes to environmental compliance and land stewardship and permitting is we have 100% avoidance of all wetland features that we've highlighted here, of all natural resources, cultural resources. We're avoiding that throughout construction. I can say that this is the first company I've ever worked for that is making that commitment and has actually stood behind it, right? There are plenty of avenues for other developers to go through to step through cultural resources, impacting wetlands, damaging habitat for the short-eared owl, right? Like we're going to avoid all of those impacts, potential habitats for those listed species. So I wanted to highlight that. And then Mr. Jacoby did mention distinguishing between the different applications. So the SUP application does not require a jurisdictional determination from the Army Corps of Engineers as part of the building permit and SDP. Like I said, we're already talking to SHPO, we're already talking to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we're already talking to the State Historic Preservation Office right now. But the Army Corps of Engineers jurisdictional determination and permitting documentation comes into play during the building permit, not during the SUP application. I think that's very important to highlight and for all of us to be on the same page here. I do have, for those interested, there's mention of the map not having the proper delineated wetlands and FEMA. We have it. It was an appendix. It's an Exhibit L, and I have them right here in front of me. And I also have some construction larger plans as well. I'd be more than happy to sit down with anyone after this and go through that and walk through it together. But
I'd like to ask staff, do we have that available to show on the screen? Do you know? So we could see the overlay of the FEMA floodplain. Needs to talk louder. The mic's not on.
Yeah, I don't think is your mic on?
Hello?
There
Oh,
we go.
Sorry.
Thanks.
So we have like the overall site plan listed on here, but it's a little hard to see on the big screen. But it kind of shows where the parcels are and where the solar panels are. I believe there should be, so in the overall packet that was sent out as part of the staff report, there should be the whole site plan submitted, the whole site plan that shows the wetlands, the flood impact areas. But yeah, I believe this also shows some wetlands as well. Yeah.
Mr. Butler, go ahead.
Oh, you could go
Yeah,
there.
you need a microphone unless you want to borrow one of ours.
Yeah, we could do that.
So this is supposed to be a map showing all the wetlands,
Yes, sir.
and they're identified, and you've gone back and forth with the Army Corps of Engineers?
So
And if that is, how come land use doesn't think they need it until later on in the process if you already have it done?
So it's the wetland, so we've done wetland delineations now for these two projects over the last 24 months, right? So it's a constantly, as we're looking at the project and how it comes together and as engineering progresses, engineering is really the prohibitive or what gets to the next step of engaging with the Army Corps. And so all the wetlands that you see up here, they are actually field delineated as apart from just doing a desktop survey, just getting what's called a national national wetland inventory. So these are field delineated. And so as part of that avoidance strategy, I'll get to your question here just right now, is we're assuming jurisdiction over every single feature. That is at the federal level and then also at the Will County level for isolated wetlands. So everything that we go out there and we delineated with our consultant Kimley Horn, we're assuming that it's jurisdictional, which is what the Army Corps of Engineers likes developers to do so that you don't have to have them do a jurisdictional determination when if a developer were to try to say that this is not jurisdictional, Army Corps, do you agree? We'll go in there with the stance of, hey, Army Corps of Engineer, District Chicago, we're assuming all these are jurisdictional. Do you agree? Do you have anything else to add? And that's what that's going to look like. But that happens when engineering has progressed. They want to see engineering at 60 or 90% before they're able to say, yep, that sounds good, because they don't want that design where the panels are. Like there's not going to be a change in the project footprint, but where we have the panels within each parcel may change as we go through electrical engineering and other considerations. The shift of panels could move within these highlighted areas. So Army Corps won't take action until engineering has progressed a certain amount.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you don't have all of the maps finished to provide for the permit.
No.
The Army Corps of Engineers has not identified all the wetlands. That's what I'm hearing. What's jurisdictional?
Yeah,
Have
that's
the
my
wetlands,
question.
have the watersheds all been identified? Do we know what's there? Is it going to satisfy
Yes.
the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes.
Could you?
Well, can we hear from the Army Corps of Engineers? We
will.
Will there be a plan that is stamped and given to our land use department for this permit?
So that's not required as part of the SUP application. It's required as part of the SDP building permit. And it is a checklist. This project won't be built without that verification from the Army Corps of Engineers. It just doesn't happen at this point.
Well, I guess that's going to be the legal question that's going to have to be answered when this goes to litigation, because we believe that this paperwork needs to be provided in order for them to approve this permit.
That's simply just not what the ordinance requires, sir.
I have a quick question for staff. We normally do not have that done until at the permitting process, correct? Not the application process?
Yes, that is right. For special use permits, kind of for every other zoning case, map amendments, we just require some type of concept site plan, because obviously maybe do further research, maybe some things are discovered that might change those plans. So these aren't really concrete, ideas yet. Like I said, all that's done at the site development permit process. So like I said, Army Corps engineers submittal will be required as part of site development permits. Road authority will also be required. Conservation plan will also all be required at the site development permit.
Yeah, and this is what we've done with all the other solar applications, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and I do have a question. Could you define what jurisdictional means in this context?
Oh, it depends what administration is in office typically these days, but we go with the most stringent. So jurisdictional features. If we're talking about waters of the United States, they have it's a little bit less clear. There was an Obama definition, and prior to that, and then there was the Trump administration definition. But it's highly technical. It's whether it's hydrologically connected. Different aspects of the watershed are jurisdictional while others aren't. But that's on the Clean Water Act, on the EPA side. If we're talking about jurisdictional on the Army Corps of Engineers side, that's much more, you go through an entire checklist, and the consultants we use are, in my opinion, in doing this for a long time, some of the best in class. They have wetland professionals and specialists that have to be certified in order and designated in order to go through that checklist that the Army Corps of Engineers has. And so they go through that, work through that, and then they determine if it meets the 3 criteria of being a wetland, and then that becomes jurisdictional. And then that's similar to streams.
So jurisdictional basically means at the end of the process, it's a designated wetland. And then it comes under all the various, state and local and federal regulations governing wetlands.
Exactly.
Thank
And
you.
and maybe to add a little bit more context to that as well, like some developers will look at, let's say, an isolated wetland or a farmed wetland, and then they say, well, we really want to develop on that. So let's go to the Army Corps and see, does it really meet all 3 criteria? We're not even going through that. We're just going to assume that all of those isolated wetlands, things that the
Are
Army
wet.
Corps might not take jurisdiction over are actually, we're just assuming their jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Do you
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. So are you guys allowed to build in a floodplain? Because you show us some wetlands, but is any of this in a floodplain? Are you allowed to build in a floodplain?
So FEMA does have a mechanism for developers to build into floodplains. It's less of an from my opinion, it's less of an environmental task for FEMA. It's more of an insurance and constructability exercise for them. They do have paths where it's called a floodplain permit. We don't anticipate building in a permit. That's not, we don't need our panels covered in or standing water underneath our panels. And there's restrictions for certain permanent electrical components. So inverters would never be in a floodplain. So right now we do not intend to build in a floodplain, but there is a mechanism to do that.
And my last question related to this. So as farmers know, there can be an inactive wetland that exists on a parcel due to the fact that the drain tiles underneath and everything like that. Does that count as a wetland to you if you look back at the maps, or does that not count as a wetland?
Great question. So that's typically where those farmed wetlands come into play, where we've got row crops in the wetland, in the polygon that's shown. And yes, we go through, or the wetland professionals and the engineers and scientists, they go through the exercise of looking at the past aerials and going out there and looking at that online database of the National Wetland Inventory as well to see what some of that data, if that's in there and captured. And so, yeah, they absolutely go out there and check those and delineate that with a GPS backpack.
So we don't know that yet today though, right?
Sorry?
We don't know that yet today with this map. It's not on this map.
Oh, yeah,
today.
no, it definitely is. Yeah, sorry.
It is.
Yeah, isolated wetlands are on this map. Yep.
Okay.
And well, it'd be a lot easier if we can look at the bigger plat map later, but I'd be more than happy with anyone from the audience or the committee to go through that. But yes, we delineated all those and engineered around them. And maybe the last thing to highlight here, which Rob reminded me, is as we're going through that engineering progression that does step us through that final door of getting that authorization from the Army Corps of Engineers, I think it's important for us to understand in this room, when we're doing this permit plat plan for the SUP application, the purpose is we show it as a max build of all the panels out there, just so it shows like the biggest the project could be. But as we get through engineering, this shrinks, right? It doesn't work the other way, it shrinks. So we show more here than what's going to be in the 90%.
Okay,
Very
Sherry,
typical.
I forgot. I thought of one more thing. I know that you guys had agreements for other parcels that were to be leased, and you've released those. So my question is, because I know one of the things that you're supposed to do, the state of Illinois has an ag protection program. Did you guys look at the individual parcels to look at their LISA scores and choose the lower LISA scores versus the higher LISA scores? Or was that not part of your decision, and did you just make it so that it made the most sense for your project?
Yeah, I'll answer the environmental piece first is when we were looking, since we've been piecing this together, part of because we've been doing this for 24 months, we've gotten a lot smarter about which parcels are most constrained by natural resources. And so in some instances, it doesn't make sense for us to hold on to a property if there's too much potential bat habitat or let's say monarch butterfly prairie, right? If there's CRP land, if it's too constrained, we'll take that into consideration, but I think it's also a Rob question to answer.
Yeah, I think Graham covered most of it, but another consideration is coherence, overall coherence with the project area. And so it has to fit into our footprint, has to be connected electrically, and it has to be, like I said, it has to fit into the overall plan. And so, we did not look at Lisa scores as we started releasing a lot of that real estate because simply because we didn't have them at that point. We just had made a determination that it really didn't fit into the overall design concept.
So I understand this. So you have a design concept of what you're going to do with the layout of the panels and all that. And you did not look at the Lisa scores for those parcels versus ones you released. And because my understanding is you're supposed to pick the lower Lisa score, not the higher Lisa score when you're building these projects, part of the Ag Preservation Act in the state of Illinois. So I just wanted to make sure that that is true, that you did not take that into consideration. You just chose to pick the areas that makes the most sense for your design.
We looked at a range of criterias and a range of criteria to make the decision, but overall coherence within the project footprint is really the guiding vision. And so, a lot of that has to do with electrical connectivity. As Graham mentioned, a lot of that has to do with identification of constraints. And so protecting those sensitive environmental areas or cultural areas or whatever those constraints were that we identified was paramount.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the point is that not all the parcels were apples to apples, but I don't believe that the Agricultural Preservation Act requires one selection over another based on a Lisa score, but a consideration of that, which, was, part of the development process.
No, my understanding was if you had two parcels, they were looking for you to choose the one with the lower Lisa score over the higher Lisa score. That's my understanding of it.
Okay, yeah, maybe on an apples to apples basis, but I don't think we were quite there.
Member Freeman?
Thank you. And this may be an absolutely crazy question, but I'm looking at this picture and I'm thinking, the wetlands, are they going to be surrounded by fences or are you allowing animals to get to the wetlands?
Great question. So during construction, we're required by the Army Corps of Engineers and by Illinois EPA to protect them with what's called temporary sediment controls, which would be silt fence to keep during construction if there is any migration of sediment going towards that wetland, which there naturally would be because they're typically lower spots in the topography on the project. So during construction, we have silt fence, but then after construction is complete, and more importantly, after we have achieved stabilization and vegetation around that wetland, that's when we can remove those that temporary sediment barrier, the silt fence, and then it's free for wildlife.
Thank you, because I think that's important too, that
I
the
agree.
wildlife be able to get in.
I agree.
Okay, so I have a question with that, with wildlife. So the whole facility itself will be surrounded by a 7-foot fence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if there are deer that live in the area and they would go to that wetland to drink, will they be able to get over that 7-foot fence?
If it's within the 7-foot fence area, likely not. If it's a wetland. We do have game fence. We are deploying game fence on this project, which is a recommendation by Illinois Department of Natural Resources, completely voluntary that we're going that way. It's the right thing to do. So I'm glad we are. But that's for smaller mammals and
Right, and that type of fence is what we have always asked for.
Yeah.
But you're right, deer would not be able to get over that 7-foot fence.
They wouldn't, and then we actually had this conversation with our wildlife biologist the other day, and because this concern came up, and she said and what they're finding in their studies of post-construction monitoring is that those deer do find other paths right in and around the project, and just like any obstacle out there. But yeah, they likely would not be able to get to that wetland.
Thank you.
And the one thing I'd add to that is it's not a single perimeter. These are individual project areas within the larger footprint. And so there, there would be areas for deer to migrate kind of through the project area since it's not completely surrounded by a single perimeter fence.
I have a question.
Yep.
A couple of the road commissioners brought up the gravel roads, and I know I live in eastern Will County. There are actually a fair amount of gravel roads in this area, and I know that you do need a road permit, at some point in this process, and you're probably not there yet. But what is your plan for dealing with the gravel roads? I can't imagine heavy-duty construction going over those gravel roads.
Well, the first thing that we'd like to do is assess those roads. And so we've already begun that process in Green Garden Township. We've been able to work with the Highway Commissioner of Green Garden to begin that assessment. He's asked us to pause on the negotiation of a road use agreement. We've, made that same offer to some of the other townships in the project areas, and in some cases, we've met with some resistance. But ultimately, we will analyze the roads. We will assess kind of an impact that we will have, and we will provide compensation to address those impacts.
So compensation, like in terms of repairing the road or surfacing the road before the, before the project?
I'd like
or
to call one of our engineers up here to answer this, so I can provide a little bit better. Audrey, would you like to address this?
Hi, I'm Audrey Whitmire. I'm one of the engineering managers at Earthrise. And so what we have a third-party IDOT engineering company doing right now is when they, at Green Garden, for example, they will perform bores to basically determine the quality of the roads, and they perform a traffic impact assessment, which is what Rob was referring to. And once we have that data, kind of in conjunction with all of the different vehicle traffic that we're predicting will be coming through the site, we'll essentially build up any roads that we need to in order for them to basically withstand the traffic that's going to be coming through them. So that'll be part of the road use agreement as well.
Thank you, because a lot of the townships don't have very large road budgets, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? Questions?
Not.
Yeah, and just one point of clarification, that would mean like actually paving roads and adding to the structure.
Okay.
Thank you.
No other questions?
Well, not for her. Are
Do you have more questions?
Yeah, I have more.
Go ahead.
Of course I do.
Well,
Have at it.
if you'd like, I can introduce,
He's introducing all his.
I have one more subject matter expert to introduce, and then, it sounds like there's a broad scope of questions that we can take rapid fire on. Happy to do that. I also, just before I move on, I wanted to cite, because all of this discussion on the wetlands and Army Corps requirements, all of those requirements are set forth in your chapter 164 of your ordinance, which is your site development permit chapter. Ordinance is not the zoning code, which is different chapters. So, you can go through 164.067. I just pulled it. It has all of the requirements that we must comply with to get our site development permit. And that, of course, is non-negotiable. We'll have to do that. So then I'll ask Mr. Chris Wilson to speak briefly on landscaping. He's the landscape architect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep it pretty brief. Good afternoon, members of the commission. Chris Wilson, a landscape architect at Kimley Horn. We are the engineering and landscape and environmental consultants for Earthrise. Myself personally, I've worked on over 400 solar projects throughout the U.S., a pretty substantial amount of them in Illinois, with over 20 of them actually being here in Will County. So I have a lot of local experience here. I just kind of wanted to touch on some of the goals and design approach and such related to the landscape, specifically ground cover and screening vegetation. Looking at sort of how we start the process, we evaluate the soils and hydrology for the site parcels. And we work very closely with the Soil and Water Conservation District to help identify any existing conditions that might be problematic to soil and water health, things like erosional features, drain tile issues, things like that. And what that works to is something that your staff had mentioned, the conservation plan. So the conservation plan for this project is going to be very large, obviously, and it looks at addressing all of those existing conditional features for the, pre-project stage, during construction, and then throughout the life of the project. And looking to, of course, as the most important piece, assuring that there is no new flood or drainage issues being presented. So that's working closely with the Soil and Water Conservation District. Looking at the ground cover itself, Graham had mentioned one of the design approaches is, of course, pre-seeding, which is to get seed on the ground and established before any construction happens. And that helps with, soil runoff or erosion. It helps with decompaction issues and things like that. One of the other design components we look at in these is we look at site-specific seeding design for different species. Things like the pollinator perimeter area, and then areas within the fence line being able to provide, natural habitat and benefit to wildlife. And part of that is guided very closely by the Illinois Department of Natural Resources. They have very specific guidelines for the types of vegetation, where those vegetation areas can be. And then they also have very strict guidelines that we follow on maintenance monitoring, how that gets applied to the site throughout the entire life. And essentially all of this comes together into a comprehensive vegetation management plan, which looks at from before the project even starts to after it's decommissioned to the life of the vegetation on the ground cover here. The last piece that I wanted to touch on really quick was the buffer design, the screening. This project looks at a sort of a two screening approach. The two-tier layout essentially is the right-of-way, which is a more traditional evergreen screening, which I'm sure you've seen on a lot of solar projects coming through. But then the residential, we're looking at having a more complementary and environmentally conscious buffer with deciduous shrubs and evergreens mixed. And a little bit more density than what you would see on the right-of-way screening. And that, again, is looking at, input from the Soil and Water Conservation District, looking at the different layouts, the different locations of where residents are, where right-of-ways are, and things of that nature. And with that, I'll either turn it back, or if you have questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
So like your cover crops that you'll be planting, you will work with Soil and Water to figure out which is the best one for the area, or?
Absolutely. We are not only for cover crops and temporary seeding, we're working with the Soil and Water Conservation District to evaluate and review all of our seed species selection and our buffer and screening selection. So we're working very closely with the Soil and Water Conservation District for that.
And what is your maintenance plan for both the buffer types? Because I've seen lots of solar facilities be built. The plants are put in, they die, and there's weeds everywhere. So what's your plan for that?
Yes, fair point. So part of what the Illinois Department of Natural Resources has in their guiding documents is performance standards. And those performance standards guide the percentages of vegetation ground cover. If in the event that there's an area that maybe the ground cover doesn't establish quite as well, there are requirements to overseed and address that ground. And then similarly with the vertical vegetation, there are performance standards for, if a specific, let's, as a reference, say an evergreen has a certain percentage of dead vegetation on that evergreen, it will need to be replaced. So there are those standards in place, and those apply for the life of the project.
And who will be doing who will be out there ensuring that this is taken care of? Because right now, there isn't anyone. All we get is a resident, or if I drive past and I notice something like that, reporting to the land use department. Because this is such a huge project, what is your plan for that?
That's a great question. I think one of the distinguishing features of a facility like this is the employment of a full-time staff. You saw that in our application materials. We have during the operations phase of the project, we have a full-time staff. So that will be part of their role, is to ensure compliance.
And speaking of full-time staff,
Sure.
It's been brought up that at one point, the presentation showed that you were going to have 40 full-time staff, but another place that said 4 to 5, and I know when we spoke, you said 4 to 5. So what is the actual?
Yeah, that's a great question.
expectation?
So yeah, I'd like to reiterate that our estimates include a range of categories. So during the operations phase, we will directly employ 4 to 5 full-time employees on the project. There will be other jobs created that are full-time as a result of the project. That's where you get those larger numbers that were cited. So the distinction is that there are different categories. There's the category that we employ directly. There's the indirect, for example, employment, full-time employment that results from, say, the facility's existence, and then the knock-on effects. So that's the explanation for those different categories. I'm happy to show you where that is kind of discussed in our application if you'd like. It would be in one of the appendices that covering our economic analysis.
Okay, so I understand. So then for you, the staff changes, and I get it, because if the project goes through and we have the union employees that will be doing construction, everything like that. I know there's been talk that then because they're out there working, that then they'll go to the local restaurants. There's nothing here and nothing there. It's all agriculture, so they'd have to go quite a distance to go to lunch. And in that case, my husband was an IBEW electrician. So he didn't have that time to go off the project site to go get lunch and come back. And additionally, afterwards, the guys are not going to hang out at a bar in Manhattan. Maybe they will. Fritz's is pretty cool, but chances are they're going to go to their hometown. So I don't really know that the additional jobs created by what you say, because the construction season, I don't believe that'll happen. Because I've actually seen in Amazon in Moni, they said all that would happen, and the employees don't have time to go out. So the local businesses have not seen any increase in their tax base due to employees that work there.
Board Member Agala, I would invite you to try the Smoky Joe's barbecue right down the street from our Crete plant. It's phenomenal.
So my husband did the plumbing, and I've been there. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that'd be definitely a stop for probably some of our employees and suppliers. I think there's also an excellent barbecue establishment in the village of Manhattan that I suspect our employees will frequent. There's a range of businesses in the area. There's a new gas station in the village of Crete that I wouldn't be surprised to see full-time employees gassing up at. I understand your concern. I think that, given the lay of the land here, that we will probably see some economic activity. At the end of the day, the people who perform the analysis are professional economists, and they did a very thorough job analyzing it. They go around the country looking at this, and they use a very well-established economic model to make those forecasts.
So at the end of the day, though, there'll only be 4 to 5 full-time employees once your project is complete.
The numbers for Pride of the Prairie, I think, are 4 to 5, and then for Plum Valley are 2 to 3.
Thank you.
The appendices. Can you,
go
I just really want to quickly, can you let us know before, just really
of the
quickly,
committee first.
before,
Sorry, Jackie.
before you leave here, can you let us know which appendices we'll be able to find that employment information or the staffing information, please?
Yes, Board
Just-
Member.
Just let us know why we're here.
I can actually pull those out of the application and bring those over for your
Perfect,
review.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I actually found it just a moment ago in Plum Valley anyway. It's Appendix V as in Victor. I think it's the same in Pride of the Prairie as well. And this is the Economic Impact Analysis Report conducted by Strategic Economic Resources.
Sure, well, he can pull those out.
Okay,
like you
and we'll
said.
get them to you.
I appreciate
Absolutely.
it, thank you.
Yep.
Member Trainier.
Smite. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Working people spend their money. They really do. Almost every dime. They save a little bit for retirement, but not nearly as much as we probably could or should. So I'm sure money will go into the local economy with those folks being employed. But I am concerned about the vegetation, and I heard you talk quite a bit, and I know our gentleman, Mr. Wilson there, spoke quite a bit, and he's working with the local authorities. But I've been to a few of our early solar farms where we required screening. Biggest mistake this county board ever made. All it is a bunch of dead trees and bushes. Nobody's out there watering them. I'm guessing you're not going to have a garden hose that you can run around and water them like I do in my own yard when I plant a new tree or a new bush. That's my biggest concern. We need to be planting things that will grow without water added. And I want to know that that's where we're headed, that that's what we're looking at.
Yes, and
Because evergreens need water,
yes,
especially when you buy them already this tall.
yes, I absolutely agree. And I see all of your points and I agree completely. I can't speak for those other solar projects, unfortunately. But something that we are very committed to, again, working with the Soil and Water Conservation District, is using vegetation that are hardy and local. We're trying to source as local as possible from nurseries, so we're not shipping in things that have a higher mortality rate from further away.
And then I want to warn you about Will County rabbits. If you don't put a fence around every one of these things, I planted 5 little arborvitae, very small, thought they'd do really well. There's nothing left of them.
I'll make
They're
a note.
gone. They
I'm
were
making a note of that. Thank you very much.
They were rabbit food all winter. You must put fencing around any of these small plants if you're planting them small, which I really advise because then the roots really get in there. You're not putting a big root bundle in there that needs water.
Yes,
But
so
man, these animals love to eat whatever you plant. So bring a fence.
I love that. Thank you. And yes, so another point that you had brought up is that we are looking at install sizes per species of vegetation to try to find, a sizable, reasonable plant while also still making sure to have that easy establishment and higher, survivable rate for these. So not looking at things that are going to be very massive but die immediately. So trying to find that happy medium, again, with local nurseries and vegetation. Thank you.
Sherry. Okay, I'd also, just one little point, and I'm gonna just piggyback off my colleague here. I hear that you're talking to Illinois Soil and Water Conservation. We have also county level, South Cook, the Fort Will County Forest Preserve. You might want to speak with them as well, which later on, I don't even know when the appropriate time is. I hear that you're talking to all these other people while we're on the topic. You're talking to all these other organizations, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the U.S. this and the state that. The problem that I see the overarching problem is that you're not talking to the local people. You're not talking to local governments. You're not talking to your neighbors. This is where the problem lies. It does not matter. And earlier, Sherry invited us to ask questions. And so I'm just going to take this.
No,
time.
that's a fantastic
Yeah,
question. My
right,
apologies
so-
if I didn't specify.
Yeah.
We are talking about the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation
Okay,
District, the local one.
Okay.
They are the ones we are working with closely to put together these conservation plans.
Awesome.
Uh,
And Will County Forest Preserve, because we asked that of all of our applicants.
Yes, I will get in touch with the Forest Preserve to evaluate and discuss
So you
species
haven't, you will do
opportunities.
that now.
I'm sorry?
You haven't done it, you will do that.
We will do that,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, do we?
I'd like to address the question of engagement of the community, if I may.
Well, I haven't finished my statement. You
Oh, I'm
can't
sorry.
address it until I'm
My
finished.
apologies, board member.
I was on a whole soapbox and I'm gonna get off in
sorry.
2 seconds. So that's always, in every project like this, every huge development project, the problem is always going to be when you don't talk to the locals, when you don't talk to your neighbors, your residents. This is happening because somehow they didn't feel that they were talked to, they weren't discussed. This is why this is happening. And sometimes you gotta make a meeting of the minds. It may not be the great expansive plan that you dreamed of last night or last week or last year. Maybe you might have to pare it down to make these people happy. I don't know what that is. All I know is this is the reason why we're doubled up on attorneys and we got people sitting where they don't normally sit and all this other stuff because you have to. I love $1 billion companies as much as I love union workers. $1 billion companies hire union workers. billion-dollar companies hire other employees that can put money into the economy. So I hate nobody here. I'm just saying you got to do the right things by everybody, okay? And all right, off my soapbox, you guys go on and do what you're gonna say and say what you gotta say.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, Board Member Mitchell, I'd like to address your concerns there. We engage early and often at Earthrise. And so that looks like, that comes in a number of different forms. So we like to show our faces in the community. We do that in a number of ways. One of the ways we do that is we attend lots of public events. And we go out of our way to introduce ourselves, who we are, what our intentions are in the community. I attended countless events. My calendar, my dance card is so full, I'm spinning. I've been doing this for 2 years, and I'm regularly attending things like Men Who Cook, Irish Fest. I can't even remember, Crete Christmas, all sorts of events like that, and introducing who we are, what we're doing in the community. So that's just one way that we do things. Now, we also hosted open houses, as I mentioned. We made ourselves available. We brought in our team. We displayed information about the project. I can tell you for the Pride of the Prairie, it was a very well-attended event. There were, I think, around 100 people who came out to talk to us at that event. Now, the Plum Valley project, I think we had maybe 10 people. Prior to that, we sent out notification to all the neighboring households. I had my team knock their doors. Now, in the case where we couldn't make contact, we left a door hanger with our contact information. I didn't get any calls back.
Folks, please stop right now. Thank you.
So we do a lot of things to get our faces out in the community and talk to folks. We can't reach everybody, but we did do our level best to talk to the important bodies in the community. We had several meetings with Soil and Water South Cooks Soil and Water Conservation District. We met with the Farmers Bureau. We brought the Farmers Bureau down to our facility in Gibson City to show them how we do business. We went out in the community. We talked to all the fire protection districts. We explained to them how we design these things. We took their feedback on design standards, on emergency response planning. So we do a lot to get out there in the community. Now, did we hit everybody? Did we talk to everybody? No, we did not. But we did our level best to get the word out to as many folks as possible.
One of the common things that I've seen in being on this board is that the notification will go out to somebody like we have to have a certain radius, and it'll go just to that point, because you can't spend a fortune doing that. You can't get to every single neighbor. And I've always championed trying to go out, have I not? I've always championed actually going to those homeowners and talking. There's a reason why the folks in this room are saying you never talk to them. They're not just, I don't believe you're lying. I don't believe they're lying either. You know what I mean? So there's a reason why folks in this room are saying that you never contacted them or whatever. They didn't know this was going on. This is happening rather quickly. As far as the board members here and some of the people here, this is happening pretty rapidly. There might have been talk about it for you guys for a year. And a little bit of chatter here over the past few weeks, but it's not necessarily been. I'm just making the point that I understand what you're trying to do. I just don't think that this has been done properly as far as your neighbors are concerned in the community.
I appreciate your point. I think that's a great point. And we can't reach enough people. I would like to have reached more people. We did go above and beyond in our notice requirements. We published in more publications than we're actually required to, so that we could get the word out for these events. And these events have been very well attended.
So I have a question for that. As far as the events go for the public hearing, being a county board member, I was not made aware of it at all. Only reason I knew is because I happen to be a member of different Facebook pages, and that's how I found that out. So that was bad on my behalf. Not my behalf. From my perspective, was bad that county board was not made aware of these open houses. I did not know about them. But I did attend the one in Manhattan. So my question with this whole contact of people is, I have had somebody who I've known for a very long time. She lives in Will Township, and her property is at the corner of one of your your solar fields, and she did not receive any notice. How did you notice? How did you provide notice to people? And do you have a list of everybody that you notified that you could provide to us?
Do you want to address that, Ben? Yeah. If you mean for the purpose of the zoning hearing, then yes, that list has been provided to land staff. We have a spreadsheet, we have receipts and green cards back from everybody. That was the direct mailing that was required. And that direct mailing included, if I'm recalling correctly, the entire application narrative, the cover letter, this entire site plan booklet, which is 40-something pages, and maybe something else, but it had a lot of information in it. And that went to every single adjacent landowner in the county.
Okay, I will look at it and see if this person's name is on it.
Okay.
Ma'am, you're not, we have no more public comment. You're not allowed to speak. Nope, sorry, you're not allowed to ask questions. I apologize.
Is he done introducing his friends? I have other.
I think so. We'll take
I
a
am done
question
introducing,
now,
I have
right?
no more friends.
Okay.
Yes.
He doesn't have any more friends.
have no
Okay.
more friends.
I can see there are a lot not in the audience, that's for sure. So my question to you is, I'm totally aware of all the efforts that you have made doing outreach to the various different organizations and communities, some not even anywhere near these projects, and made contributions to them. So one thing I said to some of them was, here's the thing, you're going to be around for, I don't know how many years, a lot longer than I'll be alive. And what is the long term? What is long term? Is this because I know some people came and spoke, the guy from Frankfurt Arts Association, nowhere near any of this. Frankfurt is fabulous, but it's not impacted at all. He was here, he spoke on behalf, and I know his organization got $25,000 contribution. So that's great. I've always called that a bribe. As elected official, I cannot take any money, and I can only consume a meal under $75 in the restaurant or wherever you're hosting your event. So my question to you is, beyond this initial, I'm going to give you a little bit and you a little bit and you a lot. What is your long-term goal as to being here in this community for many, many years? What is that plan?
Yes, I'd like to address the first statement you made about, is it a bribe?
For me, it is.
Yes.
I'll always consider that. You know that, Rob.
Understood. Now, as a solar developer, as a renewable energy developer, I keep very abreast of what other developers are doing. I attend meetings like this all over the Midwest so that I can be aware of how the industry is introducing themselves to the community. And I can tell you there are developers who don't give back at all. And the question always comes up, why haven't you done anything for this community? What's in it for us? What are you doing for us? And then the comments come, you haven't done enough. And so I absolutely acknowledge there's a balance to strike, but at Earthrise, we try to err on the side of generosity to the community. And that's because we're formed as a public benefit limited liability company. So that means profits are not just the only thing that motivate us. We are in it to give back, and we give back by earning a return and making a certain amount of funds available for the communities we work in, because giving back is just a part of our DNA, who we are as a company. So I absolutely anticipate as these projects become operational and generating cash flow, that we will continue to give back in line with that formation as a public benefit limited liability company.
So I like that. What I didn't like was that when you would give an organization a contribution and they had their money and then you came back the next year, 6 months or however long later, and you said, would you write a letter of support? So if you're going to give me a donation, I'm happy to take it. But don't ask me to do anything afterwards, because that ties the money. It makes it a whole that's how I see it as a bribe. If I want to give Dawn $5 and say, here, take it and go buy lunch, that's fine. But when I ask her for something back in exchange for that, that's when the bribe comes in. So that's what I didn't like about what I heard, and I heard that a lot. Why the guy from Frankfurt, who actually is a friend of mine, by the way, I didn't know why he was here because he doesn't live in the area. So why he was here, I was surprised, and then I later found out that his organization got the $25,000. So I don't like that. If you're going to be a good member of the community and want to be friendly and help out the community, I think that's fabulous, because you're right, not all solar companies do that. But you shouldn't be asking for anything in exchange.
Well, I appreciate your concern. I will state that our generosity is not contingent on support. Never before have we said, our generosity to your organization requires you to support us. That is not part of the conversation in any way.
Okay, and sorry, one more thing, Sherry. I've been part of this for quite a long time, so I've heard lots of things. All right, thank you. So I know another thing that you've done is you have, not you per se maybe, but your group, somebody in your group has gone to, say, a municipality or a township and said, listen, we would like to give you $500. Thank you for that 500. But we want it as a tax abatement thing. So we'll give you $500 now, but we won't be paying that $500 later. Can you explain that to everybody in the room, please?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what we do is we use a dual structure. So that's basically a tax abatement and a community benefit agreement. And what that allows us to do is effectively accelerate tax revenue to those taxing bodies. So it's same amount of peanut butter on the toast. We're just smearing it to the front of the bread.
I just wanted everyone to hear that. Thank you.
Any other
Oh,
questions?
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I do have,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you for that appendix for the Plum project, right? The
Quite welcome.
Yeah. All right, so apparently there's going to be 2.2 jobs. Now, what do you call induced? What is induced?
Induced is the third category that I mentioned. So the direct jobs are employment opportunities that
What's
come.
the induced?
Okay, so there's direct, indirect, and then induced is sort of a knock-on effect. So that's kind of your wait staff at Smokey Joe's, for example, or a gas station, for example. So they're not directly suppliers to the company. They're just the increased economic activity
See,
results in the need for.
I was thinking that was indirect. That's why I wanted to know what the difference is. What's the indirect then?
Indirect is the supplier to the company, somewhat like
Your vendor.
say a gravel quarry or something that, for example, something like that, or maybe a nursery in the community.
Okay, so this is what I gathered from your appendix, that we're going to create, once this particular piece of the project is done, we're going to create 2.2 jobs at under $30,000 a year directly. That means you pay your employee that work there directly under $30,000 a year. When all we hear about is living wage issues, you're 30,000, under $30,000 a year is pretty much what we on the board here make, yeah?
We do.
Yeah. Now listen, I got tastes. I don't think I can make it on $30,000 a year. So I got to supplement with another job. So I'm just saying how, and it looks like, I just did a cursory glance at what you're going to be making, your revenue, which is about $2 million. Is that correct? About $2 million a year you'll be making in revenue, and you've managed to create 2.2 jobs. Now, we live in Illinois, and we live in the best part of Illinois. We live in Will County. Will County has rivers. Will County has rail. Will County has we have a great interstate system. And in that interstate system, now here in Will County, we have ag, and we have a little bit of urban flair. So, and you're telling us that we're going to give up our ag that we can create. Oh, we can also ship our goods to all parts of this country. Ship our goods. We can create jobs with the rail. We can create jobs by our rivers, or our water. We can create jobs with truckers on the road. We can ship corn and soy and all of the products that we can grow right here. You want us to give that up? Take our farmland, 9,000 acres. You want us to give up 9,000 acres? And I'll say, what is Plum? 2.5 or is it 6? Which one is the Plum?
2,000 some.
Plum is the 2,500 acre project for 2.2 jobs under $30,000. That's This is what you're asking us to do. This is, I mean, and this is what the state is asking us to do. You guys, I mean, just as a side note, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be in this room. You should be down in Springfield. You should be down in Springfield talking to your governor and your state reps and your state senators. You don't need to be in this room. I understand. There are a lot of young people who don't want to do farm. I get that. I totally get that. I'm sorry. I don't mean, I'm talkative today. I'm sorry. And I'm usually not talkative, so I apologize.
You're making good points.
Because it's weird. It's, you know, this is a strange situation for us. And when it gets strange, I get strange, I suppose. But I understand there are people who don't want to, but when you're raising the price of farmland or whatever, it does make there be a barrier of entry to getting into ag. So I'm just saying, like, this is going to be a very difficult decision for this board, for this committee. That's all I'm going to say. I'm done actually talking for the whole rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
Well,
I appreciate your passion, board member.
Yeah.
I do.
So I'm not. So as far as, I'm a farmer, okay? My husband and I live on a 160-acre farm in Will Township, which is also the Peatone Airport site, by the way. So I've been dealing with this kind of takeover of our land for quite some time. Only they can use eminent domain. They cannot. They buy it. So again, like I said, my husband is a union electrician. We have friends that are plumbers and everything like that. I appreciate the experience and the training that every union employee gets. I understand about these ripple effect of jobs that'll happen during the construction, and I understand union jobs are construction jobs. That's inherent. One thing that I do not think that anybody ever talks about, although I have on several occasions, is the ripple effect of what happens when you take about 9,000 acres of land out of agriculture. Okay? So that means there's less jobs for the ag community because the seed guy is selling less, the fertilizer guy is selling less, the implement dealer is selling less, the maintenance guy is selling less, the fuel guy is selling less. All that impacts locally. In addition to that, when you go down the line and you're selling your corn and beans, there's another lady, she doesn't have a market. Well, we sell our corn, beans, wheat, and hay and straw and oats. And I actually have a car that I drove here so I can afford it. I don't know how she farms, and maybe some farmers have different things, but there is a market for that. But when you take all those crops to somewhere, there's jobs there. So eventually there might be one more job at Smokey Joe's for the 18 months, 24 months, however long, depending on the weather it takes to build your facility. But that could diminish a job within the ag ripple effect forever because you're 9,000 acres less. My people out in my way, and I actually saw it, I think, on a Crete Facebook page, where they were going to get hay from somebody they usually purchase from. And the person said, you're going to have a problem because some of this acreage is hayland or it's straw, which they use for bedding. And that will not be there in the future. So that's going to put a big hit on our area. And I can tell you where I live, we've had a lot of farmers, the older farmers have moved out, but we've got a lot of new generation, a lot of Hispanic families, as a matter of fact, that have moved in and they love horses and goats and every animal. I've been to their parties and I actually had goat at one of the parties. It was delicious, but they use that. So they will have a lot less because of this. I just want to make that, because I heard that. I was here for both days of PZC. None of my counterparts were able to do that. Mr. Butler did attend one day. So I just wanted to make sure that that is in there, because you're telling me all you're going to create. I'm telling you everything we're losing and all the revenue we're losing. And we're losing our young farmers. There's some young farmers out here. I see them. Jake, I've known him since he was a little kid with soccer and baseball and everything, basketball we coached, my husband and I. And he's a young farmer. His ability as a young farmer is diminished because of projects like this. And shame on everybody in Springfield who said, oh, this sounds like a great plan to take up 9,000 acres, this crazy thing, and allow you guys to build willy-nilly wherever you want, scattered across everywhere. But he doesn't have the ability to buy land because you guys paid a heck of a lot of money for that land, a heck of a lot of money for the easements. that will drive up the prices everywhere. So how does a young kid like Jake, then how does he go out and buy land for himself to become a farmer? Or how does a couple of young ladies here, they came out and they bought maybe 5-10 acres. How do they go and do that? You guys are, this project and projects like these, they take away that ability.
Well, I'd like to address your question. I'd like to address your questions broadly, and then we can kind of hit what you mentioned last. So first and foremost, the economic analysis that we perform for this covers economic activity broadly, and it does show that as a result of having this facility, that it will generate new economic activity in the county, and so that's covered broadly. I'd like to also say that economies are complex, but at the base of them, in addition to agriculture, you have energy. Energy is an industry that impacts all industries virtually. And so without new sources of demand, new sources of supply, the new demand that's coming to the grid will likely keep increasing electricity prices. And without doing something about that, you're going to see businesses make decisions based on that scarcity and based on the price increases in electricity. They may choose not to relocate in the state of Illinois if Illinois is not able to meet that rising demand with new supply of electricity. So that's important to consider because the economy is more than just agriculture. It's a complex kind of web of interactions and transactions. And so at the base of all that is electricity, and we're trying to do something about it. We're trying to keep the lights on and keep a lid on price growth. So I think that's very important to consider when you're looking at opportunities out there in the community.
Okay. And Sherry, I only.
Member Brooks wants
Okay, and
to
I have
speak.
3
He
more.
hasn't
Yeah.
spoken yet.
I just have 3 more.
Go ahead, Member Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to direct my comments to you, Madam Interim Chair, and I'm not looking at nobody else. For those of you that don't know me in this room, my full-time job is that of a pastor of a church in Joliet Township, of which I conduct a lot of funerals, on which I was supposed to be in one today, but I had to change seats and be here. In that role, I never tell people I know how you feel, because the fact of the matter is I don't know how you feel. I ought to be here today and not in Springfield because I get a chance to learn how you feel. Those of you that live in the footprint of this project, I don't live where you live. I don't know how you feel, but I heard how you feel. I've been told that laborers are my brothers and sisters. Right now, I don't work in labor. I wish you all give me a job, but I don't work in labor. And I don't know how you feel, but I'm glad I was here today to hear how you feel. I have no vested interest in Earthrise. They did not buy me lunch. They didn't buy me dinner. They didn't buy me anything. But I'm glad I was here today to hear about their project. So I've come to this conclusion. It's better to be here than listen to the people to make an intelligent vote. I would not rather be anywhere else but to listen, Madam Chair, what everybody have came up here to say. And trust me, it does carry a lot of weight, and that I would love to say, call the question, but I won't do that. I respect my colleague. I respect my colleague, Ogala, who represent that area and have told me a lot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Can't
Okay,
call it
Member
now.
Ogala.
I can't now.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, let me ask this, is there anybody else on the committee that wants to speak?
Not on this.
Okay.
Okay.
Member Ogala, go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so recently, and I'm sure that you are aware of, is that we had an EF3 tornado hit Aroma Park. It hit the solar facility down there and it's an absolute disaster. It then traveled into Indiana and hit the mega solar facility in Wheatfield, Indiana, which if you look at that map that you have, I can't, oh, it's way up there. It just traveled right through and destroyed everything. And I know nobody can control where a tornado goes. My question is, when a tornado hits, I guess there's a couple questions here. Do you have insurance that covers for those damages? How do you clean up somebody's farm, because tornadoes take things a long way. I think that tornado traveled like 34 miles or something like that. How do you handle that? What is the plan so that everyone here can understand how it would be? We had a tiny tornado hit us in Will Township. It hit 2 houses, but it scattered stuff everywhere, and the community came together and we cleaned it up because it was all our area. But a solar facility is much different, and it's made of glass. How are you going to handle it? Do you have insurance? And how would people be compensated?
It's a great question. I want to answer your question about insurance first. Yes, absolutely, we do have insurance. The project would not be financeable without it. So rest assured, there is funding there to do something about the damage. Now, I want to just broadly talk about that facility real quick. When I looked at it, I saw a lot of equipment that was kind of state of the art about 5 or 6 years ago. I'll say first that, you know, the equipment, for example, the clamping that clamps the panels to the racking, that clamping technology has evolved tremendously over the last 5 or 6 years and does kind of respond a little bit better. Now, obviously, tornado hits, there is going to be damage. One of the interesting things about our dispersed layout is that it would not be as susceptible as a whole because of that dispersal of kind of the project footprint area. That was not by design, but that is, you know, that is one of the kind of unintentional benefits of a project design like that. I want to turn it over to Dr. Wilson, or Dr. Olson rather, before to probably talk about this facility a little more detail in Wheatfield. But I'll say we would absolutely mobilize very quickly to address any debris that was left in adjoining fields. We would want to remove that. That would be a liability to us to leave it out there. And so we would take steps immediately to address any debris and any cleanup from there.
That sounds good. Can't figure out if it's evening or afternoon, so board members, but good afternoon, board members. My name is Dr. Chris Olson. I have a PhD in environmental health sciences, and my role in these projects is as a third-party consultant to companies like Earthrise. One of the things I specialize is in public safety, and certainly the tornado that you were speaking about, board member. What happened, there's been a handful of projects, there's a lot of projects all across the United States. There's been a handful that have been directly struck or hit by tornadoes. All of the panels and the way that they determine their geotechnical engineering and how far they drive those piles into the ground in order to try to make sure and withstand extreme weather events. The geotechnical engineering first does that. You're looking at being able to withstand typically an EF2 to almost EF3, about 120 mile an hour plus winds. If you look at when projects have been directly struck, it's usually a very narrow path through a field of panels where you actually get panels potentially dislodged. It's not the entire project or the broader field itself. In the case of the Indiana tornado, in fact, if you look at there's a number of pictures online as well as there's a YouTube video of drone flights and that. In fact, where the major panel, the area with the most damage to the panels, that damage to those panels, and you'll see they're not actually ripped up, they're more just kind of smashed into the ground and that there. It's because the tornado actually picked up the grain bin in the neighboring field and dragged it across the solar farm. You'll see that the house and everything else in the area, the shed, carts were brought up and dislodged. So in fact, one of the sites in a tornado's path that will be better equipped and better suited to withstand it would be a solar farm. Not to say that you wouldn't have damage. If you did have damage and if panels were ripped up and then did spread to the neighboring field, it is a physical debris cleanup issue. And absolutely, as Rob mentioned, they've got the insurance, everything else. What we have seen in those limited occurrences in the past, there was a couple in Texas a couple of years ago, is that yes, the company mobilizes as well with the EMS services here in your county, and they will determine, priorities for cleanup. Maybe the solar panels aren't the first priority for cleanup. They will be having staff come in. They will be the ones going to the neighboring fields, obviously with permission. The company will be responsible for their physical debris cleanup. We have seen in some of those other instances where in fact your workers at the project were helping with other more critical need issues after the tornado then got to the panels themselves with cooperation of the county, because those physical 5-10 jobs that there at the site. So yeah, it can happen. It's very rare. And like I say, they can be dislodged and they have to be physically cleaned up.
Okay, I just needed to ask that question. So then my last one at this point, I think my last question, yes, I think, is, so I know I looked at the newspapers with the debt and the Farmers Weekly Review where they listed all the parcels. It said lease owned, you really couldn't tell, except for the fact that there were a lot that were purchased by, owned by AIO LLC or something like that. So what is the percentage of land that is owned by, is it owned by you? Is it owned by somebody else? Did you guys buy it?
The way I could answer that is ultimately Earthrise will be leasing probably the vast majority of the parcels, probably over 90%. Now, we do have a financing partner, as you mentioned, and who you referenced. They have purchased some of the real estate in the project.
So that's one of my concerns when you hear about the solar will be so fabulous for the future and will make the ground so much better and everything will be great because how does an equity firm decide they're going to turn it back to farmland? That simply won't happen. But I appreciate it. You guys are leasing from your partner that has purchased this property from various different owners.
That's an accurate statement.
And leasing from, maybe Kelly had farm and she leased it from a farmer, somebody who owns it. Yes, okay. I just wanted to have that clear, so.
And the AIMA is still in place for that property too.
I'm sorry?
The AIMA is still in place for that property, even though the partner owns it. The change of landowner doesn't change the AIMA obligations.
Yeah, our obligations to, decommission and restore the property are intact.
Right, I understand that.
So wait, I want to ask a clarifying question about that. So you said about 90% would be leased, but is that 90% leased from the third-party entity that bought the land? Or is 90% of it leased from the actual original landowners?
The 90% would cover both of those categories.
Do you have a rough idea of the split?
I'd have to look at the roster of parcels. I
Okay.
haven't done that calculation. Off the top of my head, I'm going to put it at maybe 2/3 could be under the category of that third party.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I have a question is, and maybe it's just because you guys do solar and the other one just buys land up all over the country. What's the difference in your obligation, for, I know there'll be tax credits or incentives or something that you guys qualify for the project. Is there a difference with you owning the land, or it applies to you because you guys are the solar company?
The tax credits are really for the improvements to the land. Really, they apply to the improvements and under specific categories of equipment that we would install.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Speaker Van Dyne, did you wish to make a comment?
Yes, Chair, I do. Thank you. If all the questions are answered. Speaker Van Dyne, Will County Board. This goes out to the residents that are here today and that were here earlier. I am not a member of this committee and I am not a member, I will not be able to take a vote today. But my statement is, I'm glad that these board members on this committee had brought up the fact that the state of Illinois has put us in a very, very bad spot. You can see the passion from these board members that they definitely want to take care and listen to the residents. We want to listen to the municipalities. We want to work with the townships. We understand all the concerns, and that's why we sit here and listen to testimony after testimony. However, this county board is put in a very, very bad situation. Member, I don't like to bring members' names up, but this is absolutely true. Member Mitchell said, you're sitting in the wrong room because if you want to change, it has to come from Springfield. They are the ones, the majority of them are the ones who put us in this position and is requiring us to vote yes. Otherwise, there is a threat of litigation, and this litigation is humongous. Do we got to go back and ask the residents of Will County for additional tax dollars to cover our lawsuits? I don't know. These members are, like I said, I'll say it again, we are in a terrible situation. I had a resolution drawn up for next week at Legislative Committee, and I'll just read just a brief part of it. And before I do, the county board has the authority to consider special use permits, regulate in the appropriate location and development of residential and commercial projects, not including solar farms. So this part of this resolution that I said will be presented next week, whereas the Illinois General Assembly strip county boards of this critical local oversight authority relating to commercial solar energy facilities, leaving them powerless to plan for the future growth or to address the concerns of local residents or to protect local farmland and open space. It will come to committee next week, and I would love to see that this entire board would vote unanimous. If that resolution does pass at full board, this resolution and a letter will be sent to the governor of Illinois, leadership of both parties, and the entire legislative group that represents Will County. I just want you to remember, I would feel for these county board members that have to make this decision. So thank you for that.
Sorry, I'd like to say something.
Member Abdallah, one more question.
So one thing that probably most of you don't know is that Will County is part of a couple county organizations called, one is ISACO and the other is UCCI. And we had the Wind Solar Task Force. I was a member, Julie Berkowitz, who's no longer in the room, and a former member, Mena Mueller, who's not on the board anymore. We were all part of it. We sat together with counties throughout the state of Illinois, and all of us had the exact same concerns, exact same concerns. And we sat down, we said, well, listen, we know that the legislation, our lobbyists and the heads of both those groups have said, you know, they're not going to change it all. They're not going to get rid of it. So we were very particular in putting together a list that made sense. And we took this list to them. And unfortunately, you know what happened? They said, heck, we don't really care what you have to say. We're going to do what we want to do anyway. And so while it's great for all of you to go to your legislators, most of you are in a district, you cannot vote your legislator out. You're stuck with that person. And that person probably lives somewhere in Chicago or Cook County, and they don't care. So it's unfortunate that that happens, but you definitely and absolutely must do everything that you can, because all of you know people that live elsewhere in the state of Illinois, and we need to change what's happening in Illinois. Here on this board, we're a bit of a different group because we work on our local projects. We're not driven by the madness down in Springfield. So you can find people within us who will be right there and vote in the way you want us to vote, and some others will not. Everybody makes their choice. But in Springfield, that's where the change needs to happen. So you need to make sure you call your friends and neighbors and tell them, change the way you're voting, folks, because it's impacting us really bad. Now I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we take the vote, I just want to say that all of us on the board, I can guarantee you, whether we're general proponents of solar power, whether we're against it, no matter where we are on the political spectrum, we all hate this law. So are we ready to vote?
No.
No? We've got,
I'm going to make some motions to amend.
okay.
Would you mind if I make just one? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't see
You
you.
were up there, Member Butler. Go ahead.
Too much looking.
So, as you said, we are different on this board. Many of the members on this board from up north don't look at things the same way that board members from down south look at it. Down south, we have a lot of farmland, and our people in our communities, they call us. So we feel things a little more profoundly. This whole decision that they're about to make is not just whether or not a solar company can put some solar panels up. We're talking about taking 25% of the land from a township. 25%. How do you think that's going to impact that community? I've been to their meetings. I know they have plans for their subdivisions and their township. I don't think there should be a vote. I believe that the geological studies need to be complete. They need to be complete so that when they vote on them, they know exactly what they're approving. They have not dealt with all the road commissioners. You know, I've been going over this thing for quite some time, and I know, like, when I went to Washington, when I first got in, they knew. They said, Will County is on track to lose more farmland than any other county in the country except Maricopa County. They knew 4 years ago. I'm like, they keep saying that. How is that going to happen? Well, here it is happening right now. Every time I hear a whisper in government, by the time you hear the shout, it's all over. Right now, we're hearing the shout. We could stop this right now by making them produce those studies, making them produce the plans, how they're going to be crossing the roads, get all their I's dotted, their T's crossed. And I disagree with my fellow board member. I don't look at it as a curse that we have to approve a special use permit. I look at it as the only tool we have to stop this. It's the only way that we can protect our people. If you were a board member from down south, you would understand what it means when they dig in a farm field and they hit a drain tile in the summer. And then all of a sudden in the fall, someone's house gets flooded out. Drain tiles go through all this land. You might not even know you cut them. It could affect 10 people on one street. I just made a call the other day. I had to go in. Someone said someone cut a drain tile, and every year it just keeps getting worse. Well, more projects keep getting done. More drain tiles keep getting dug up or blocked. And that water is hundreds, thousands of gallons of water. This is not something to enter into lightly. They have to know this information ahead of time. So I'm just saying, I'm asking this committee, our state's attorney has not even, said, hey, are they right or are they wrong? When we had the people who were representing the litigation attorney that was supposed to be representing these people and at the proper time coming to the public hearing to get all the evidence out so that you can make the decision, he was told they were not allowing it. How do you think you can make this decision? At the very least, it should be no. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we have a motion on, we're done. We have a motion on the floor and a second. You can submit. We have a motion on the floor and a second, but before we vote, I do want to ask the state's attorney's office again to clarify, if we postpone this, what happens?
Is the motion to postpone or is the motion to?
No, at the moment, we've had from the very beginning,
From the
a
beginning.
motion
To put it on
a
the
motion
floor.
and a second on the floor, just to have the discussion,
Right.
so. So what, could the state's attorney please clarify what happens if we postpone this?
So there's a time frame. I think everybody is fully aware of that. And so my advice to you is we take action within the time frame. And that's 30 days post closure of the public hearing. Anything else beyond that could be speculation as to what happens. I can't speak for the applicant.
No, I understand. You can't say.
No,
you know.
but my counsel to you is to
Yep.
take your actions pursuant to the laws that exist now, and that's 30 days post closure of the hearing,
Okay.
public hearing.
Would
Okay,
the
thank
board be willing to postpone?
Let's,
I would like to make a motion to postpone.
Ask.
If we're willing, would we be willing to do that or?
well, yeah, you can make a motion to postpone and that supersedes our motion on the floor.
Right, I'm just saying,
Do we have
okay.
a second?
Okay.
So I'd second it. Would Earthrise consider postponing this for a month so that you could address the issues that the residents and the road commissioners have brought forward?
No, we would object to a postponement of that length. There had been some discussion of postponing to a date prior to your board meeting of the 16th. If you needed additional time to look at the application, but the application is complete. The studies have been done. Everything there, in our opinion, and as demonstrated at the PZC hearing is done. So we had taken a look at some dates prior to the 16th, but after today, in coordination with the state's attorney's office, in case this request was made, but outside of that, we would object.
I'd like to make the motion to postpone.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'd like to make the motion to postpone.
Do we have to postpone to a specific date? Okay, when do you want to postpone it to?
Great, now I gotta come up with the date. I don't know, how much time do you think we need to make sure that?
We're going to come back with the same application. So I wouldn't expect any additional studies to be presented. The application's complete. But if you needed more time to look at the application, that's why we were suggesting, sometime, I think, next week or prior to the 16th.
Well, according to the folks here, the geological study hadn't been completed, so.
It's not required for this app.
It's not required?
I'm sorry, under the site development permit ordinance requires certain Army Corps of Engineer jurisdictional determinations. That I think is outstanding, but that's for the building permit.
Okay.
What I think was addressed was wetlands, FEMA delineation. Those are for certain in the application before you.
All right. Oh, a date.
So I kind of feel like, well, I believe that a vote's appropriate today.
First and a second?
I'm gonna withdraw. I'll withdraw it. Since there's nothing
They're
new
not-
that you're going to present, I'll withdraw it.
So are you withdrawing your motion? Okay,
I'm withdrawing.
then we have a motion on the
Madam Chair.
floor and a second.
And I have motions to amend now. I
Pardon?
have amendments.
You have an amendment? Okay, what's your amendment?
I would like to make a motion to amend so that the fire lanes, I did take a tour of the Gibson City plant with the different fire chiefs for all the fire departments between both the projects. And one of the things that they were very concerned about was their fire lane, that they wanted their fire lane to be gravel. They don't like the grass type pavers. So I'd like to make a motion to amend this application, put a condition on rather that the fire lane should be all gravel for the request of the fire departments.
Is that do we have a second?
Second.
Is there discussion, questions? Let them respond and then if that's okay.
Great.
Do you guys have a response to that? And then we'll take questions.
We don't object to the proposed condition. We believe it may be at odds with the code. We would need to reconcile it.
We will be reconciling it, yes.
Okay.
You're right, it is at odds with the code. And I talked with land use staff and we will be working to reconcile it before you get to that point.
Okay, very good. We don't object to the proposed condition.
Can I ask the state's attorney's office, given that it is against our code, do we have any issues with putting this condition on it? Assuming that we're going to change the code at some point?
You know, you can't just.
And I could just add, sorry, I believe it's at odds with the site development permit code, so it doesn't require any additional zoning relief to change that. It would be a condition per ordinance to this project, which
Right.
I think would be, which I think can be reconciled within the special use permit ordinance considered at the county board meeting, and we could talk about that, but I think we can actually find a path there, but Mr. Guzman?
That, or staff might have an answer. I know I talked with them about it, so.
Are you good with that, Mr. Guzman?
I am. I think he's saying, yeah, that's fine with that. So, we go ahead and put that in there if he wants to. Is that what you're saying, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now, Mr. Butler, you had a question or a
I
comment?
don't want to have discussion on the amendment, but I'm going to stay here. So when you vote on the amended item, then I'll have discussion.
Okay, okay, so right now we're voting on the, we're voting to amend or add a condition, if I'm saying it properly. We're voting to add a condition that the fire lanes should be gravel roads. Correct? Am I stating that correctly?
They should be made up of gravel and not the grass pavers. Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that sufficient for the, okay, roll call, please, Dawn.
Did that second?
That was Ogala.
I'll do the second.
And
And another
second.
question, is that on both?
Yes.
special
Yes,
use
that's on
permits?
both.
Okay,
Yes.
so
But
we'll
we're
start-
only voting right now, though. We're only
only voting
voting
on one.
on the first.
bring it
so, okay,
So this will be for.
so this is the first vote to amend condition for ZC 25139.
Correct.
Which includes Monique, Crete, Washington, and Will Townships.
Correct.
And that is a special use permit with now 7 conditions.
That is correct.
And I'm sorry, you're just voting on the amendment, not voting on.
Right,
the
we're
first.
voting on the amendment right now.
Make
But
sure
I-
what we're voting on.
And I'm going to make a couple other amendments. Do you want us to put them out there at once or
Why
one
don't
at a
we
time?
vote on this amendment first?
So we are voting on the amendments. Sherry Williams,
Sherry.
I mean
Newcliffe?
Sherry, sorry,
Yes.
Herbert Brooks,
That would have been a compliment for me. Yes.
Dawn Bullock,
Yes.
Raquel Mitchell,
Yes.
Judy Ogala,
Yes.
and Destiny Ortiz.
Yes.
Passes for the emotion.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
You have additional amendments?
I do. Two more. I'd like to make a motion to add a condition that says that prior to the commencement of the construction or issuance of a site development permit on any parcel affected by the special use permit, that applicant negotiate and fully execute a road use agreement with each of the township road districts and post any surety bonds as may be required by such agreements.
Correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I believe they already need to enter into, it's part of our ordinance.
I want to make sure it happens. We've had issues between with Earthrise not talking to the road districts and such, so this is just to make sure that we have it in there.
State's Attorney's Office, can I ask for? an
I'm just gonna,
opinion?
for staff, I just want to clarify on that, like you said, Sherry, it's already part of the site development permit. So I just want to clarify that. So before the permit is issued, they have to go through the road use agreements, any bonds, that has to all to go through the road district.
So I just want to add it as a condition because I know that other solar companies, not Earthrise, I'm not saying that they will, but other companies have done work on projects and not gotten any agreement with the road commissioner. I want it to be added as a condition to the special use permit.
Can we add the words consistent with the ordinance?
Why don't we get a motion in a second first?
Okay.
That just reminded me that we have not. So
I did a
motion
motion.
Ogala, do we have a second?
second it.
Second Mitchell, thank you. I should have thought of that. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why we're adding a condition that already exists.
Because once it leaves us here, it's out of our hands. I know what's happened already, Sherry. I've talked to all the different road commissioners, and there has been this thing between both sides have said different things. Rob's even shaking his head, yes. JB's back there. Oh, yeah. And so I just want it in there because then it's part of the special use permit. We have done what we can do here at our special use permit land use committee to make it there to make everybody feel comfortable. And the additional word he wanted added was.
Are you
Is it-
okay with that per our ordinance?
Sure.
Consistent with our ordinance, just so that it's not an extra requirement. It's the same, we all acknowledge it's the same requirement, but we're memorializing it here in the special use permit. And our only concern with with that requirement generally is we do want to make sure that there's, good faith negotiations and discussions and that, an entity doesn't just refuse to talk to us and then delay, our ability to negotiate a road use agreement. I'm not suggesting that that would happen, and I don't think there's anything I can do to add to this condition to protect against that, but that's the record I wanted to make. Otherwise, I have no problem with it.
Okay, and I'm adding this condition for good faith because the people that I represent don't feel there's good faith from your side. So this way,
Can you restate the amendment? And
I-
Raquel, were you seconded it? Were you okay
Yeah, I
with
seconded
adding the additional?
yeah, that's
Okay.
You want me to restate it?
Can you restate it for do you have a clear idea, Dawn, or do you need her to read?
I have a copy and I scribbled his additional words.
Okay.
Maybe you won't be able to read those though, but I can read it again.
Please.
That prior to the commencement of construction or issuance of a site development permit on any parcel affected by the special use permit, that applicant negotiate and fully execute a road use agreement with each of the township road districts and post any surety bonds as may be required by such agreements consistent with our ordinance.
Roll call.
Roll call for the additional condition, which will bring it to number 8 conditions for ZC 25139. Sherry Newquist,
Yes.
Herbert Brooks.
Yes.
Dawn Bullock,
Yes.
Cal Mitchell.
Yes.
Judy Ogala.
Yes.
And Destiny Ortiz.
Yes.
Passes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Now you got a third condition?
I have a third condition. Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend to add this condition, that the following vegetated screening shall be planted and installed prior to commencement of construction or issuance of the site development permit on any of the subject parcels where any proposed facility is within sight distance of any non-participating residence. And I don't know how to pronounce this word very well, but Tuha occidentals, which are Techni arborvitae trees, not less than 54 inches in height, with a trunk caliper of not less than 1 3/4 inches measured at 6 inches above the root ball, 2 rows deep in a staggered fashion surrounding the facility. In each of said staggered rows, the trees shall be planted every 5 feet on center, and each of the staggered rows shall be 5 feet apart at the trunk. Applicant shall, upon notice of the respective township or Will County Land Use Department, replace any such trees that dies within 2 years of installation. The applicant shall, prior to the commencement of construction and prior to the issuance of a site development permit, post an unconditional landscape maintenance tree replacement bond in favor of each respective township with maturity date not less than 2 years from the date of initial planting of the trees. Said bonds must be issued by a company with an AM best rating of A- or better, and in the form provided by the respective townships, and the penal sum equal to 125% of the installed replacement cost of all such trees.
Second.
Okay, I have a question for you. That limits the vegetation to arborvitae only.
This is the arborvitae's for that.
I mean-
Before the development, they can plant other things after that.
But according to their proposal, they were using a mix of deciduous, of bushes and trees.
Right, this
So
is,
you're essentially limiting it to just arborvitae,
I'm limiting it to arborvitae during the construction phase.
just during the construction?
Yes.
I don't, okay, so then what you propose happens after the construction?
Then they should put their landscaping plan in place.
And do what with the arborvitae?
Well, they can leave them and make part of it.
All right, guys, I need that motion in writing. Just kidding, just kidding.
You can have it.
Just kidding.
As in writing.
I do have a comment on this
Yeah,
one.
comments, please?
So, and I couldn't write it down fast enough, but you started, the condition started by proposing screening within eyesight of any non-participating property. That's a difficult measure for us because the land is wide open. I think the ordinance right now requires, landscaping within 300 feet of a non-participating residential structure, which is something we can measure and comply with. Otherwise, it's very difficult. And I actually ran into this in another county down south that had proposed similar type of requirement, and it was unworkable. And it ended up being a dispute that we had to work out with the county going forward. So that one's hard to agree to. The balance of the requirements, we're at the whim of the Soil and Water Conservation District. We're working in agreement with them and with land use to develop appropriate landscaping for appropriate areas. So I can't go on record committing to the requirements set forth. We would love the opportunity to continue analyzing that in a little bit more detail and taking that back with our architect and our environmental team to figure out what's the best type of landscaping that the county wants and that will fit the needs of the community. I can't agree to that condition right now.
Well, I understand that you can't. This has been something that has been asked for, and that's why I'm bringing it forward. Because it's not about you, it's about them. And so, that's why I'm bringing it forward. I think it's the best thing for us to do at this time. And, I made that motion. I hope to get a second, and hopefully I'll have my members vote with me.
We have a motion and a second. Are we ready? Does anyone else have questions?
Roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Roll call to add the third condition, which would,
I'm sorry. Question? Oh, Erica, sorry, I didn't. Please.
While you may pass this, it may not comply with the law and it may be an illegal condition because as the statute as it currently stands, it states a county may require certain vegetative screening surrounding a commercial solar energy facility, but may not require earthen berms or similar structures. There is the new statute that's going into effect on June 1st, but I'm just advising.
And so I have that information right here that you can look at, and this will work with the law. I can give it to you. Yeah, well, it says August 15th, 2025 to May 31st, 2026, and then the next one. Yes, it's in this. You can have it when I'm done.
a roll call to bring the third additional condition for ZC 25139 with 9 conditions. Sherry Newquist,
No.
Herbert Brooks,
No.
Dawn Bullock,
Yes.
Raquel Mitchell,
Yes.
Judy Ogala,
Yes.
and Destiny Ortiz.
No.
So 3-3.
So the motion fails. Motion fails.
Fails.
Okay, so now we have the revised
As
case
amended.
with 2 amendments. And now, Member Butler, you had a comment or a question
Just discussion on the motion that is about to be.
on the amended motion.
Right.
The amended
amended-
motion, not
correct.
a motion.
So I just want to clarify if the number, location, and spacing of solar panel arrays has been on a plan and if that was submitted to land use.
I'm sorry,
Thank you for your.
I missed the question.
Well, I guess that would be for land use. If they,
Oh.
I just want to make sure the number of panels, the location,
Oh.
and the spacing of the solar panel arrays has all been on a plan submitted to land use.
Yes, but I'll let land use.
Yes, it was included as part of the site plan that was submitted to our office and attached to the staff report.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to vote or is there other discussion? Roll call.
Madam Chair, I'd love an opportunity to make just 2 minutes of comment to close.
Okay,
Okay.
please do.
Thank you. And I think I just want to do a little housekeeping and mainly, I think the question that's called at the moment is for the Plum Valley Solar Project. We've been discussing them both in conjunction tonight. We've been discussing them in response to the motion to approve the Plum Valley project. I would, and I can make this record when the next project is called, but many of the considerations that we've been taking on this project are really more relevant to the Pride of the Prairie project. And there's conflation there, but that's okay. I just want to make sure that we all understand that. The projects are actually similar in many ways. Earthrise deployed the same developmental philosophies and procedures for both projects. They conducted very similar outreach for both projects. We heard about that. The business model is very similar for both projects, interconnecting to the local peaker plant and using the capacity that's right now unused for the peaker plant. Both projects you'll see are this dispersed network that's been discussed with both sort of pros and cons to that. It's not one giant solar field of 6,000 acres. It's like dispersed, littler fields. It reminded me, I do a lot of this work and I've represented community solar projects in front of this board before. They remind me of, they're a little bit bigger, but you're approving a lot of little community solar projects, and then you're dealing with a lot of little different owners, and those change hands, and whose door do you knock on? I think one advantage here is that you have these dispersed pockets, but you only have one owner. You have one door to knock on, and they're local, and you have employees full-time when those littler projects don't. So there's this, there have been these questions about how do we regulate, who do we contact when a tree dies, how do we make sure the mowing is up to speed? For this one, you know who you're going to be dealing with. They have a door in town that you can knock on. The PZC approved the variances for both projects, is also similar. Their construction materials, the environmental diligence, the site plan, format, all very similar between both projects. Another key similarity is that both projects meet your solar ordinance. And we have a checklist in our application. I think it's in your materials where it goes through each line of your solar ordinance and explains where exactly we've met each criteria of your solar ordinance. That checklist is important in two spots. One, it's important for us to make sure we've done it. And these are the questions like, does your site plan have all of the required materials in it? Well, we've gone through the checklist and made sure that it does. And it's a good way for you to double check our homework because it tells exactly where in the application you can find that information. And we really try to cut to the chase and allow you to double check our work. Now, I would not be doing my job as the lawyer to not address the elephant in the room, which is the siding law in the recent case of Equity Solar versus County of Grundy. And I'm not going to belabor this. Everybody knows what the case says. The state's attorneys have spoken to it. We've heard members of the public speak to it. It just came down March 10th. It's brand new, 3rd District, and it is the law of the land. And it says that if a solar project application meets those criteria from the checklist, then the county must approve the project. It says the county may not place more restrictive standards on the project. It says that the LaSalle factors don't apply. It's very straightforward there. And I know it's a controversial case, but I cannot, as the lawyer, walk away from this podium without mentioning it. But that said, Earthrise prepared these applications and developed these projects long before Equity Solar was ever decided. The applications were drafted and filed initially back in November, December of last year. They address all the LaSalle factors. They address all the extra above and beyond that the project has done to comply. And that's just to say that the projects here have tried to honor the county's way of doing business before that case came down and before, the appellate courts finally, and we were all waiting for it, but they finally weighed in on how to interpret that statute. Land staff spent months and months scrutinizing our applications. We became very close with them, and they agreed with the assessment that the applications are complete. The land staff's report and the numerous memos appended reflect that our robust administrative record from last week, this week, and 2 weeks ago reflects that. And we believe that we've demonstrated conclusively that we have met your solar ordinance and your siting requirements. We're asking for your vote. We do hope that we've earned it. And we genuinely thank you and the public for the time that we spent 3 nights in hearing and 1 day today so far on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So this is a vote again for ZC-25-139 as amended. Roll call, please.
Sherry Newquist,
Yes.
Herbert Brooks,
Yes.
Dawn Bullock,
Yes.
Raquel Mitchell,
No.
Judy Ogala,
No.
and Destiny Ortiz.
Yes.
It passes 4-2.
Motion passes. The next case is case number ZC-25-129. This is, once again, we have a spreadsheet with all the property owners. But it's basically multiple properties roughly located in the area south of West Dunkel Road, west of South 104th Street, east of South Gauger Road, and north of West Wilmington Peatone Road, County Board Districts 2 and 3. Do we have other, I'm assuming, do you want to apply your amendments to those?
I do.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or discussions? Can I get a motion in a second? For
Motion Ortiz.
Second,
Motion
Ogala.
Ortiz, second Ogala. Okay, no other questions, discussion?
I have.
Do you have questions?
Yeah.
Dawn, go ahead.
Okay. And I know there's a list of names. I'm wondering what percentage of this particular solar
farm, you guys hate that word, don't you? Solar farm.
We do.
We do too.
Facility.
Is farmer owned versus third party?
I don't have that on at my fingertips right now. I can provide an answer to that. I'd have to reference our application materials to give you an exact answer.
Is your third party involved in this piece as well?
In both projects, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So why, like, I can say whatever I want, right?
Yes, you can.
I mean, this is like the most disastrous thing I've ever seen. I don't understand why this is spread so far and wide. Why is it like this as opposed to finding a location where you can condense this without affecting so many different townships?
That's a great question. We hear that all the time. Why are you locating your facility here? And so one of the things that's been raised, why aren't you putting them on top of warehouses? I think that's kind of in line. Why aren't you putting it over here? Well, in our business, just like a farmer, we have to get our product to the market. And the way that we do that is we connect to the grid. And so not all points of interconnection to the grid are created equal. So we have to find the right places to interconnect at the lowest possible cost without creating a disruption to the grid. And so the way Earthrise has discovered to do that is to use these natural gas peaking plants to interconnect their projects, to increase the utilization of the transmission lines. And so we locate our projects in proximity to these peaking plants.
I know, that's crazy. So this being this far that way, this far that way, this far, like, where's this peaker plant? Is it right in the middle? It better be damn right in the middle.
Is this Pride of the Prairie that you're looking? I can't see what you're referencing.
It's the one where voting.
It is more or less in the middle of the project area.
I don't like it. Another question for you. So then I understand from my friend here that I've learned so much about farming. So as a farmer, I could lease somebody else's land, $250, $500 an acre situation, right? How much is the per acre offer
No,
from you?
I'm not at liberty to divulge what we're offering. Those terms are held
Give
under
me
confidence.
a range per acre?
I really don't want to give a range. It's a competitive, it's commercial proprietary thing.
It's actually more than that. It's subject to confidentiality provision in the lease.
Right.
So we would be
That's true. There was that piece.
violating a term.
Okay. How did you find all these properties?
We sent representatives from the company into the community to make contact with farmers. They did that in person. They did that over the phone, over email.
So you solicit?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to say something, might make my friend Dawn a little bit happy. So I have a friend, and this friend was approached to have a transmission line go through his property. It's about 30 feet for half a mile. And originally, I think he was offered $3,000. He said, bite me. So then they came back and they said, oh, well, we could give you 300,000. And maybe I'm a little bit off on the different numbers all the time. And he said, well, would you be bearing everything? And they said, nah, we're not going to. So then they came back with the offer of $3 million. $3 million. So when we're talking about this and you hear the Beckers say the billionaire class, this is totally the billionaire class, right? Totally the billionaire class supported by a certain group down in Springfield who want to bring this green energy, which is not green energy because to make all this stuff, you use non-green products to make it. So that's what you're talking about here. And so way back in the beginning when the solar facilities were built out in Crete, that's where they were first out in Crete, community solar. Maybe they're getting $800 an acre to lease. And I have heard that it went up to $1,200. I've heard as much as $4,500 an acre to lease. So we farm and we lease the property next to us, which is owned by the state of Illinois for the airport that might one day be built. I don't know. And so we currently pay about $238, I think, an acre for that parcel. If you have hay, you pay a little bit less. So that's what we pay as a farmer to lease. So when you're asking a farmer and you're throwing this money around, it takes a lot of integrity to say no and stand with the land and stand with the values that you have versus being bought out. And I understand some people took the money because they had to. And I do support property rights. What I don't support is unfair legislation given to one industry to build wherever they want, whenever they want, and we have no local control. It's disgusting.
Do you want to add your amendments?
Thank you so much. Okay. I would like to make a motion to add a condition that the fire lane for this project on all the properties be consistent of just using gravel and not pavers, grass pavers.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call?
Roll call, Sherry Newquist.
Yes.
Herbert Brooks.
Yes.
Dawn Bullock.
Yes.
Raquel Mitchell.
Yes.
Judy Ogala.
Yes.
And Destiny Ortiz.
Yes.
Passes.
Want to do your second
No.
amendment?
Sorry. Yes, I do. Thank you
Yes.
so much. It's freezing to get us out of here. I'd like to make a motion to add a second condition, another condition, I don't know what number we're at, that prior to the commencement of construction or issuance of the site development permit on any parcel affected by the special use permit, that applicant negotiate and have fully executed a road use agreement with each of the township road districts and post any surety bonds as may be required by such agreements consistent with our ordinance.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call?
Sherry Newquist.
Yes.
Herbert Brooks.
Yes.
Dawn Bullock.
Yes.
Raquel Mitchell. Judy Ogala.
Yes.
And Destiny Ortiz.
Yes.
Added another condition.
Motion passes.
I'm going to try my third one again. Maybe you'll say yes this time.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to amend to add another condition that the following vegetated screening be planted and installed prior to the commencement of construction or issuance of a site development permit on any of the subject parcels where any proposed facility is within sight distance of any non-participating residents. Look, THUJA accidentals, Techni arborvitae trees not less than 54 inches in height with a trunk caliper of not less than 1 3/4 inches measured at 6 inches above the rip ball, 2 rows deep in a staggered fashion surrounding the facility. In each set of the said staggered rows, the trees shall be planted every 5 feet on center, and each of the staggered rows shall be 5 feet apart at the trunk. Applicants shall, upon notice from the respective township or the Will County Land Use Department, replace any such trees that dies within 2 years of such installation. The applicant shall, prior to the commencement of construction and prior to the issuance of the site development permit, post an unconditional landscape maintenance tree replacement bond in favor of each respective township with a maturity date of not less than 2 years from the date of initial planting of the trees. Said bonds must be issued by a company with an AM best rating of A- or better and in the form of provided by the respective townships in the penal sum equal to 125% of the installed replacement cost of all such trees.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Sherry Newquist.
No.
Herbert Brooks.
No.
Dawn Bullock.
Yes.
Raquel Mitchell.
Yes.
Judy Ogala.
Yes.
And Destiny Ortiz.
No.
Fails 3-3.
Motion failed. Okay, so now we are voting on, put my glasses on here, ZC 25-129 as amended. Before we do the roll call, any other questions, comments? Nope. Okay, we're good.
Can I just I'll just adopt our comments in the previous case into this one, in case anybody pulls up this video, go back and look at our comments in the previous case, including my comments in closing. Again, we believe that we've checked all the boxes in your ordinance. We're kindly asking for your vote. Thank you.
That's fine, thank you. Roll call?
ZC 25129 with 6 conditions. Sherry Newquist,
Yes.
Herbert Brooks,
Yes.
Dawn Bullock,
No.
Raquel Mitchell,
No.
Judy Ogala,
No.
and Destiny Ortiz.
Yes.
Fails 3 to
3 to 3, the motion failed. Okay. Pardon?
Yeah.
Right, it's a recommendation anyway. Again, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, this will all be voted on in full at the county board. So. Okay, we're done. We did public comment, reports, communications, correspondence. We have nothing. We don't need an executive session.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Thank you, everyone, for sitting through this.